Hello, these spectacular specimens of humankind, you happy-go-lucky scamps of individuals. Welcome to the Cultivating the Home of Hedonism here on this little corner of Twitch that we call twitch.tv/Valen Vane. It's me, Valen Vane, the pretty guy that you all really like the look of, otherwise you wouldn't keep coming back here, you gluttons.
Subscribed. Most kind.
Mini partner! Hello. And Dabble
Hello,
Cogsworth.
beautiful.
Hello. Thanks for calling me beautiful. I feel rough as shit. It's the most annoying lurgy that I have had to deal with in many years, friends. But first, allow me to present Dabble Cogsworth on their 6 months. Month 6 of their 6 months gift sub from Zabadian. And also, Mini Partner being a paid subscriber takes us that one step closer to the 60-40 split. Actually, no, do you know what? We've passed the 60-40 split. You're taking us that one step closer to the 70-30 split for March. I don't think we're going to do it because that would require an awful lot of people choosing to buy subs themselves in the next 2 days. But I appreciate it nonetheless. You know? Dapper Cogsworth and Mini Partner. Both of your names have been inscribed on the Mirror Vein. By having your names on the Mirror Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devils. And of course, you get access to all those sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? Well, God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy, ooh, yes, meow, you know? Yeah, now, you cheeky devils. You wonderful, wonderful beans, you. Hello, friends. How you doing? How's it going? How are things? How's it going, Semba? Hello, Lunicorn. Hello, Gilus, you cheeky little devils. Dabber Cogsworth, I have indeed lost the game. I've lost the game. I've lost the plot. I've lost my marbles. I'm really annoyed. I'm finding myself more and more irritable today. And I've realized what it is, because I've been irritable for it. And you may have noticed, those of you who have popped into multiple streams of mine, you may have noticed that I'm like, oh, I'm irritable today. I know what it is. It's because I've got fucking illness that is not bad enough. Like the flu has not hit me hard enough for it to be a problem. Well, no. Okay, let me rephrase. It's not hit me hard enough to wipe me out for a day. But it is definitely hitting me hard enough to make itself known and affect everything that I do in the most annoying fashion. I've got so much to do before tomorrow, and yet here we are. It's just tickling at the back of my fucking brain, the back of my eyes, the back of my sinuses. All of my body has very, very mild aches and pains. Just achy enough to let themselves be known, but not achy enough to cause a problem. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what that feels like? Any of you delightful individuals ever got any? Like, my voice is about an octave lower and a little bit gruff. It's just annoying enough that I can't sing shit. Do you know what I mean? Though some of that might be the weekend. Because the one thing about having an annoying illness that is just there and annoying you is the fact that I refuse to let it stop me do stuff. So, I was out on Friday night. I went and played, was nerding with friends till 4 a.m. on Saturday. And then I had to drive to Castleford to do a suit fitting for my little brother's wedding that's coming up in a few months' time. And then go straight from there to go see a friend in a play in another city, which I won't say where it is, just in case you ever find out who it was. I don't want to out people, accidentally dox people. Do you know what I mean? But another city in the Yorkshire area. And then we went to the quiz. I went to see the wonderful Classic Chunk do his Sunday night quizzes. And met up with some friends, and that was good, and it was great. But I was just like, I woke up this morning and I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, still fucking here. So annoying. Anyway, enough complaining. We've got shit that we need to do that isn't complaining. Do you know what I mean? Frankie D, how you doing? How's it going? Zooty Booty, you beautiful individual. Welcome on in. Dabber Cogsworth. Frankie D coming in with a 35 stream streak, and One True Cribble coming in with the 50 stream streak. Dear Lord, you gluttons. Gluttons for my delightful visage, you cheeky little devils. Hello from Lurgy Land. You see, that's what happens. One true cripple, you have weird mushroom soup. You have weird mushroom soup, and it makes sure you're ill. Like mine has just been repeatedly attacked from a variety of different flu sources because I keep going out and interacting with the public. But you got no excuse. It's all down to the mushrooms with you. Bloody mushrooms. All right. Who is the music? Sounds similar to Professor Elemental, but higher pitched. So the intro track today was from Stupendium, or The Stupendium, which are like a... I don't think they're from Britain. I think they're from America, but I believe the genre is Brit-hop, which is like English gentleman hip-hop. Professor Elemental, who I know very well. He's a wonderful, wonderful being. And Mr. B, the gentleman rhymer. I also know him, but nowhere near as well. Chap hop, yeah, chap hop sounds a bit, yeah, Brit hop, chap hop. Chap hop is much better way of putting it. Maybe I got it wrong. But the Stupendium are a band that I discovered when we first started playing We Happy Few. We first started playing We Happy Few, and I discovered the Stupendium. The Stupendium were probably most famous for their song from the game Only Cans. But they basically do like parody songs for like themed around specific games. So the introduction track that we had today was their Cult of the Lamb theme tune, which I thought was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. The Only Can song is such a bop, it really fucking is. It really fucking is, absolutely, for sure. So yeah, that was who it was, the Stupendium. I've put the link in there so you can click on. That was the link specifically to the song we were listening to, but obviously you can find their profile from there and give them a cheeky little subscribe because they are good. A lot of their songs are very, very entertaining. It does make me highly entertained, do you know what I mean? Nibberin! How you doing, you cheeky devil? How's it going? Crick says, hello, you beautiful individuals. Zabadian, you cheeky little devil. How you doing? How are you feeling, Zabadian? I know you've had a bit of a rough time of things recently, so I hope that the weekend and the week is proving on the up and you're feeling a lot better about stuff. Do you know what I mean? How you doing, mini partner? How's it going? Didn't get any marbles. They'd run out. I'm having magical Lunagon anyway. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. I've just got to that wonderful scenario where I'm like today, for example, my jobs that I needed to do today, I needed to get back to a company about doing another seminar, which I am now doing. That's all been booked in. We're just sorting out the finer details, but it is near enough booked in. So come the middle of May, I should be doing another seminar on the origins of porn in film. We're just waiting to get the last details on that, but that should be happening. That should be all sorted, which is very exciting. And then I was meant to apply for a whole load of funding for some other bits and pieces. Turns out I wasn't able to do that. But you know when you just things like take just a little bit longer than they should, and it's just like, for fuck's sake, this is really annoying because my brain is full of fucking Ming. Do you know what I mean? You survived the weekend because I had my phone on airplane mode. If I hadn't, one of the most famous dead people would have issues with me. His name consists of 2 words. The first is a famous British rock band from the 60s. The second is a tennis term. From the 60s. T-Rex juice. T-Rex juice. Is that the answer? Is that the answer? Is that the answer? Beetlejuice! Oh, of course, the Beatles. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. Beetlejuice. Hey, how you doing? How's it going? Calm yourself. Don't you worry about me. I got everything. Oh, I haven't done a good Beetlejuice impression in a while. Fitted for soup. I have had a significant amount of soup over the past week, for sure. Soup's meant to make you better. I'm still ill. What the fuck's that all about? My lad had lurgy that went awry. but is much better now. He did worry me last week, though. I thought he's off to a rugby tour next weekend. Well, I'm glad that he's doing much better, Lunacorn. I did see what you put in the Discord, and I was sending all of the love. All of the love. You know. Have you considered licking a snotty child to get it over with? Do you know what, Nibberin? Haven't. And it has to be said that that is possibly a good thing. I would argue that licking a snotty child would never go down well with anyone that was around. Nobody would ever believe that I was just trying to catch the lurgy so I can get their flu over and done with. I don't think anyone would ever believe that. Ever. I don't ever. I would never. No one would ever believe it. So yeah, that has not entered my mind, I have to say. Do you know what I mean? Luther. Ooh, let me get your name right. Luther Blissett. Welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Good evening to you as well, you beautiful individual. I hope you're doing well. Come on, welcome on in. The Only Cans song is such a bop. It is so good. Do you know what? I have to say, I played Only Cans. The first time I played Only Cans, I fucking hated it. I really didn't like it at all. I really didn't like it at all. And then you all got me to play it on stream again, and I loved it the second time round. I'm glad I gave it a second chance. Do you know what I mean? Pixbomb, how you doing? Killer Queen Rach, hello you cheeky devil. Taken, welcome on in. How's it going? How's it going? Twiggy Love, that's the one. Buddy Love, that's what I do at the weekend. That's right. Because at the weekend, I'm not going to say which event that this happened at, because I don't want to out anybody or anything like that. But this weekend I got to touch the face of my darling good friend Peachy Pixelate, which I was very, very happy with. We've been good friends for like 6 years, and we've never met before. So we met this weekend. We met up this weekend, and I was very, very, very happy to meet him. He's a fucking legend. And I miss his streams dearly. I miss his streams a hell of a lot. But he's good. He's a fucking cherub of a human being. He made me very happy. Very, very happy to poke him in the face. You know. Went to a musical this weekend. Guess which one? Oh, you went to the Beetlejuice. Went to the Beetlejuice musical. Was it good? I've heard great things about the Beetlejuice musical, I have to say. Doing all right, and you? I'm full of the lurg. Luther Blissett. I am full of lurgy. I'm full of... my housemate about 3 weeks ago caught the flu, and it knocked him on his ass. He was really, really, really ill. And evidently, I caught it. But unlike him, where it knocked him on his ass for a weekend, it's just in my fucking system. It's just there. Just annoying me. Like I was saying at the very beginning of stream, which you might not have been here for, so I'll repeat it. The lurgy is bad enough that I notice it, but not bad enough that it'll knock me on my ass. And I'm like, I really wanted to just fucking get it over and done with. Knock me out for 24 hours, and then it's over and done with, and then I'm sweet. But because it's been, what, 2.5 weeks now? 3 weeks of it just being there, just making my face a little bit annoying. And it's just like, fuck's sake, get it over with. It'll hit next week. Don't forget next week. I'm not streaming next week, friends. I'm off to go see family. I haven't seen the Irish side of my family in about 2 years. Maybe even 3. So next week, we're all off to go and see the Irish side of the family, which I'm very much looking forward to. So it'll probably hit me then, when I actually take a moment to stop for a second. You know. Nice mug, your physical mug, not your face, though your face is nice too. I appreciate that, Luther. I do have a nice face, I have to say. My mug is very pleasant. This is my favorite mug. Never thought I would ever have a mug, like a favorite mug. I'm just like, fuck it, it's just a mug. What does the fuck does it matter? But actually, I bought this one, and I am quite besotted. It has very fastly become my favorite mug. Even though it's not my color scheme at all, but I don't really care. It's all good. It's all good. How is Peachy? I miss him. Peachy's doing all right. Peachy's doing okay. What can I tell you? So he didn't intend to like stop streaming, but he was refocusing his creative efforts. So he's got some stuff in the works. As I understand it, he's got some stuff in the works and he's been really, really busy filming a whole load of stuff. And he's going to be like doing a different creative angle to the content creation stuff. So he hopefully should be releasing stuff sometime in the next month or so. But I know that there's a lot going on in life at the moment, so it might be delayed a little bit. But yeah, he's doing all right. Doing all right. Him and Safi are doing bloody wonderfully, which is adorable seeing them together. They are nauseating, the pair of them. It makes my heart very, very happy. Num Willie face, absolutely. How you doing, Num Willie, you beautiful individual? Terry NB coming in with a 7 streaming streak in a row. Dear Lord. And Fagoth with the 10 stream streak in a row. Dear Lord, the pair of you streaking all over the place. There's a fucking storm hitting us at the moment. The wind has been gusting all over the place, whipping around my head like a little tornado. It's been true. JM Beard, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Little shop of horrors, bop shabop. Little shop, I tell you, little shop of horrors. No.
Yeah, subscribe.
Bits coming in with a prime, you beautiful bean. That's very, very kind. Even 26 months. Good Lord, you cheeky devil. Oh, I should like to inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. And I could always get the numbers wrong. 314. There we go. By having your name upon the mirror vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You cheeky devils, you. Thank you very much, Biz. You could choose to use your Prime anywhere on the entirety of Twitch, and you choose to use it here, and that means the fucking world to me. Thank you so much. Num Willie,
most kind.
Good Lord, come in with the 31 months. I love the way, cheeky indeed. I love the way that you waited until I put the mirror down before continuing your subscription there. I see what you did. You waited. It's a big fucking mirror. It weighs a lot. Of course, naturally. And thank you very much for being a paid subscriber, taking us that one step closer to the 70-30 split for March, you beautiful bean. Num Willie, your name is rightfully back upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is, well, you know, after 31 months, as a founder, look at that founding badge there, that first. Good Lord, one of my first ever subscribers on this channel. As a founder, you know full well that you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? Yeah, you do. How's your moustache looking, Num Willie? I miss your moustache. You had a magnificent moustache. A magnifique moustache, for sure. I recently, I don't know whether anybody saw, because not many people, well, I say not many people follow my socials. I don't know whether people follow my socials. If you follow my socials, you may have seen that I released on most of the socials that a clip from me singing at one of the cabarets I did recently, at Burlesque Bonanza in Harrogate, that KQ Rach, who is in the chat, or was in the chat, is the producer of. But I released a clip from, you're probably best seeing it on Instagram of all of them, but whichever ones you want, of me singing a song from a popular movie. Well, it was a popular movie when I was a kid. And honestly, when I got the video back, I can honestly say I think it's one of my favorite like renditions of a song that I think I've ever done. Genuinely, I think it's one of my favorite renditions of a song that I think I've ever done. It was great. It was very, very good. I was really, really happy with it. A lot of the time, like generally speaking, you tend, especially as a performer, I don't know about other people, but as a performer, you tend to look back on your own performances being like, something, that wasn't quite right, not sure about that, not sure. But actually, I watched that back and I was like, no, do you know what? I fucking nailed that. I absolutely fucking nailed that. And I'm really, really fucking happy about it. You know? So sometimes it pays dues to give yourself a bit of a break. You know? Give yourself a bit of a break. Du hast no. I can say that the character was played by Tim Curry and it wasn't the Rocky Horror Picture Show. It was an animated show. It was an animated movie. And the character that I sang the song of was played by Tim Curry, who is a legend.
Yeah, you subscribed.
It's a Dean.
Well then.
Well then, indeed. 70 months. Good lord. It's a Dean. I should now inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. Once again, being a paid subscriber takes that one step closer to the 70-30 split. What is going on today? What is happening? What is happening with all you beautiful individuals? By having your name upon the mirror vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing,
Panda to it, panda to it.
Interruption. You know you missed these.
I'm not even going to lie to you. I forgot all about them. I forgot all about them. Until this moment, Dean. God damn it. Thank you very much, 100 little panderings. But the most important thing, that's what's saying, you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good. Sexy. Oh, yes, me. Yeah, you know. 70 streams. 70 months. Jesus Christ. Jeezy crazy. Good Lord. Could you even imagine? Could you even imagine? It was amazing and it was glorious. The intro consisted of Beetlejuice threatening people if they don't put their phones in airplane mode. I love that. I mean, honestly, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, you know. I don't believe that this is your favorite mug. It can only be your second favorite mug because you get lost in the your favorite mug is a lot in the mirror. Absolutely. I do look at my favorite mug a lot in the mirror. That is very, very true. Very, very true. I've got plenty of them, you know, so it works. It works for sure. I will wait patiently for stuff. For stuff indeed. For stuff indeed. All right, how's the plague? Yeah. There. I can feel it in my sinuses. I can feel it at the back of my skull. And I can feel there is an ache in a T-pose that goes across my shoulders and down my spine at the moment. It'll piss off eventually. You know, it'll piss off eventually. Makes me miss Twitch sings. Or doing fucking... I can't remember. My brain. But yeah, doing all of the old Twitch. Fucking Twitch sings. That was such a great idea from Twitch. Let's make our own Twitch karaoke app. Let's do it. Let's make our own karaoke app. That was a great idea. How they didn't think that they were going to have to pay for the fucking rights to the music, I've got no idea. But, you know how it be, right? It was fun, it was such a great movie and thing. Yeah. Thank you very much, Luncon. Flattery gets you everywhere, Cheeky Devil. He just bought his memoir. Honestly, JM Beard, I have heard that there is an audio version of Tim Curry's memoirs that are read by Tim Curry. And I want to listen to it. I want to listen to Tim Curry's own voice reading his memories. Do you know what I mean? So I am a fan. I am a fan for sure. No worries, Luther. Go sleep, go snooze, go rest your delightful head upon a delightful pillow and ebb your way into the wonderful world of sleep. I wonder if you can get a mirror mug so you can always see your face. Then you will be able to, surely. Surely, Tunackers. That would only... But it'd have to be like at the bottom of the mug. So as I was drinking, I'm like, oh, look how sexy I am. But then I'd choke. Because I would choke on my tea because of how alluring I am. Do you know what I mean? I won't be able to deal with that level of unreasonable sexual ardor. You know? Yes, they exist. Do they exist with mirrors on the bottom of them, though? Like the bottom of the mug mirror. As opposed to just a mirror on the side of a mug. These are the questions I have, you know. Saying healing energy for your speedy recovery. Unfortunately, Genemis Joy, and also, hello, you beautiful bean. It's been in my system for about 3 weeks now, which is really annoying. It's one of those situations where it's like, they say that if you are suffering from a specific symptom for over 2 weeks, you should go into the doctor. You should go see a medical professional. Because if something is going on for over 2 weeks, then there's probably a deeper rooted problem there. But I haven't had like one symptom. Like I've had a headache one morning, and then congestion another day, and a bit of a headache but in a different place on a different day, and just body aches and shivers every so often. It's been like a really weird fucking carousel of just flu-like symptoms. One at a time, usually. This is the first time I've had multiple. I've got like a bit of a gravelly throat, my sinuses hurt a little bit, and I've got a bit of a headache. But it's the first time in a long time that I've had like multiple. Normally it's one, just one of them, you know? The music died. It was not just same. Cherry to the levee, etc. Cherry to the levee, but the levee was dry. Good old boys drinking whiskey and rye, singing this is the day that I jizz everywhere because I need to replenish the levee with semen. This will be the day that I jizz everywhere because I need to replenish the levee because it's full of semen. That version? My Miss American apple pie. Yeah, apple pie. Stuck my dick in the pie because the pie field felt dry. It felt warm and squelchy, and that's why it's supposed to resemble some description of vagina. Said nobody who understands any description of anatomy. Says nobody who understands any description of anatomy. Woo! Coda Pillar, how you doing? How's it going? A Stitch in Time is also read by Elim Garrick. I'm terrible with names, especially at the moment. My brain is a mulch of its former self, you know. The Mug of Narcissus. I would. Oh, that's honestly, Frankie D. Yeah, is that an actual mug? Mirror inside the mug. Yeah. So if you had like at the bottom of the mug, the bottom bit, there was like a mirror that faced into the mug. So as you were drinking, all you got was your own face. Sexy bastard that I am. Tasty, tasty. Yeah, no. They exist as well, but they are too dangerous for you. You would constantly turn over the mug and spill the contents. Do you know what? That's accurate. That is fair, Zabadian. A solid warning. A solid warning, for sure. I definitely go see the GP if it's been going on that long. The thing is, it's not getting any worse. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, it hits every so often. I'm like, all right. Like this morning, I woke up with a bit of a headache and a bit of muscle ache. And I was like, okay, that's fine. But within half an hour, it had gone. And I didn't feel it for a good 3 or 4 hours. And then I was like, okay, now I feel like a bit chilly, a bit cold. And I was like, okay, that's a bit unusual. And then the congestion appeared, and I was like, okay, now I'm struggling to concentrate on stuff. And then again, it just disappeared completely and utterly. No issues. Felt right as rain. And then about an hour before I started streaming, about 6 p.m. BST, as we're now on BST, because I lost a fucking hour, didn't I? Yeah, about 6 p.m. BST, I was like, ooh, I feel rough. I feel really fucking rough. I would like to sit here for the rest of the evening and just watch. Who was I watching? I was watching Francois. Like, I just want to sit here and watch them. I was like, no, I'm going to press go live. Put my face on. Press go live. Let's go. You know. Crack on. Do the bits and pieces. Yeah. Cream pie. I mean, it was a cream pie by the time. I mean, what? Are you okay, Val? It's the one thing, Dean, that I never understood about American Pie. You know the movie, the old, like, fucking 2000s movie, American Pie? Like, it was one of those situations where they were like, okay, it's American Pie because it's about like this guy who sticks his dick in an American pie. Ha, ha, ha. And I was like, why? Why would you put your penis in a pie? Oh, because it's meant to like feel like the vaginal canal. And I was like, in what way? In what context? Is a pie filled with, let's be honest about this, if you ever had a fresh fucking apple pie filled with caramelized apples that are the temperature of lava, lava, how is that ever gonna feel like the inside bit of a vulva? What's that all about? What? That makes no sense. It made no sense to me then. I watched the film and it made no sense. And it still makes no sense to me now, several years on, a couple of decades on. And I'm like, yeah, this is weird. That's really peculiar. If you're really that desperate, buy a fleshlight. Do you know what I mean? Make your own. There are plenty of handy ways to make your own fleshlight. You know? Nothing should be so cruel that you have to look at your face before coffee. What are you talking about, Coded Pillar? Have you not heard? Have you not heard the way that we do our little subscription mantra? Got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? I always look at myself. As soon as I wake up in the morning, I'm like, fuck. Look at my face, hair's all over the place. Makeup, whatever's left of my makeup, smeared everywhere. Stubble, growing, out of control. Out of control. My sideburns were a little bit long, they're getting curly.
Panda to it!
Evening, Valen.
Hello.
On the day I went away, goodbye was all I had to say. Now I want to come again and stay. Oh my smile. And that will mean that I may cause I've seen blue skies. Through the tears in my eyes and I realize I'm going home.
Eyes, and I realize I'm going home. One of my favorite songs of all time, that Stupedia. One of my favorite songs of all time is I'm Going Home from the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Fucking love it. Absolutely fucking love it. But yeah, thank you very much, 100 little panderings. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But yeah, no, absolutely. As soon as I wake up in the morning, I want to see my own face, my beautiful, beautiful visage. Because even though I look like somebody has dragged me backwards through a badger den, I still look fit as fuck. Do you know what I mean? I'd still do me. I'd still do me. You know? I was thinking about mirror on the outside bottom of the mug. Oh, right. Like this? Like the outside bottom? No, I was like facing into the mug. Do you know what I mean? I live in the UTC time zone, no daylight savings time. We've got to a point now, Zabadium, where daylight savings time is the stupidest fucking thing in the world. Nobody needs it. Nobody likes it. I was gaming, so I'm in a Cyberpunk game with some friends, and we play like once a month, usually once every 2 months, because of like busy people, busy lives and shit like that. And we got together at 3 p.m. and we finished at 3 a.m. the following morning, which technically speaking was 4 a.m. because of the way that the hours jump forward. And then I had to be up at like 7, but that's not the point. But it was like, it's jumped forward. It's now 4 a.m. and it's like, why? Why? Who benefits? We looked into this before, didn't we? We looked into this, and I can't remember who it was, but it's like, it was originally, oh, farmers need it. Farmers need it. And it's like, the farmers don't even like it. Nobody likes daylight saving time. No one gives a shit. They're just like, why can't we just have one time? This makes no sense. It's something to do with some fucking banking need or something like that. It's real stupid. Really, really stupid. Am I okay? I will be fine, Dean. Don't you worry about me. As always, nothing can keep me down. Extra sexy. Give me an hour back. I earned it. I know, Numwilly. It's outrageous. All right. You get it back towards the end of the year. That's even worse. Why make me wait? Why can't I have it? I needed that extra hour of sleep this weekend. All right. I needed it. Because I went out. So on Friday night, I wasn't going to go out because Friday was a difficult day for me. It was... How do I share this? It was a difficult day for me. It was a strong reminder of somebody who I love very, very, very dearly, who's no longer in my life. So it was a difficult day. And I was, being honest about it, a little bit mopey about it all. And then a friend of mine who I've known since I was 4 years old messaged me and was like, Val, are you not coming out tonight? And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he was like, there is a new metal tribute band. Actually, he didn't even tell me it was a new metal tribute band. He said, there is a new metal band on in this place. Do you want to go? And I was like, this is the first time hearing about it. And he was like, I have told you 3 times already. And I was like, did you tell me in group chats? Because if you told me in group chats, I have not paid attention. I do not pay attention to group chats. Too much shit goes on. My fucking phone is always going off with notifications from a million social medias. I don't give a flying fuck about group chats. And he was like, yeah, okay, yeah, it wasn't a group chat. But either way, are you coming out? I was like, right. Do you know what? Yeah. I need a distraction. I need something that's going to take my mind off it. And it was like a new metal night, so I was like, well, I grew up with new metal, like with like fucking Korn and Limp Bizkit and POD, and fucking In Me and Deftones and what have you. And then I got there and it was a live band. It was a live band that were playing new metal covers, and it was nostalgic as shit. I want to say it was really good. The band were pretty good.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Frankenfurter, it's all over. Your mission is a failure. Your lifestyle's too extreme. I'm your new commander. You now are my prisoner. We return to Transylvania. Prepare the transit beam.
Prepare the transit beam. So nasal. It's so fucking nasal. I love it. Thank you very much, 100 little pandering stupidia. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, the band were all right. The band were okay. They were called Last Resort. There was definitely some songs that the singer was struggling with in regards to like vocal range and stuff like that, which is completely understandable because he was playing a million different songs from loads and loads of different fucking bands. Do you know what I mean? And there was a point where they started playing Linkin Park, and I was like, ooh, this is a dangerous fucking song. Last Resort, as in the Papa Roach song. Yeah. So they were called Last Resort. They were a cover band of new metal. So they definitely played Last Resort from Papa Roach, you know. But when they started playing Linkin Park, I was like, ooh, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. Because their range was difficult. But it was a good night. It was a lot of nostalgia. Very, very much enjoyed the evening. And then got home and was all right. Do you know what I mean? I needed that distraction, and I'm glad that I got it. So yeah, I did that, but then I had some really weird fucking dreams on Friday night. Some really, really weird dreams.
Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
And crawling on the planet's face, some insects called the human race lost in time, and lost in space and meaning.
And meaning. Yeah. Hold on, I'm just going to crawl around in some dry ice for a second, Dean. What's going on? Are you just doing the entire script of Rocky Horror in 100 little bitties? What's happening? Thank you very much, Dean, for the 100 little panderings. I appreciate you. So yeah, I had some really weird fucking dreams on Friday night. I don't know what caused them. I don't know where it all came from. It was encouraging to me, because I dreamed that I was on a night out with some friends, and then we all piled back into my house, And there was loads of people I didn't know because we just met these people on a night out and what have you. And then some like just really weird shit happened. But I woke up feeling, hey, that's weird. Oh, I don't like that. Multiple times in the night. And every single time I woke up, I was like, that's weird. I don't like that. But then I was like, okay, that's good. My subconscious is aligning with my conscious thoughts, which is a really good thing. It was like, as much as the weird shit was weird and it freaked me out a little bit, it's good to know, because obviously your dreams are like subconscious bullshit, just filing away in your long-term memory and stuff. But when your subconscious a lot morally aligns with your conscious thoughts, I was like, this is a good thing. I have woken up feeling really weird about this entire fucking dream, and that is very encouraging. That is really, really encouraging. I would not like to have woken up being like, that was a bit strange. Like, I'm glad that I'm very weirded out by that. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it was very peculiar. But as a result, I didn't have a great night's sleep, and then of course was gaming for 12 hours on Saturday, which meant that I had about 4 hours sleep before I had to get up and drive to Castleford, of all places, to go and speak to some people about suits. And then I was like, we finished the suit fitting at like 2, and I was like, cool, I can drive back to Hull, get changed, and then go and drive to the location where the play is that my friend is in. And I was driving back to Hull, and I was like, I don't know how far it is from Hull to that city. So I pulled over into one of the service stations, and I just quickly Googled the Google Maps, Hull to insert city here. And I was like, no, I don't have time, because the play started at 3 p.m. I was due to get into Hull at 2 p.m. and it was an hour and 20 to 20 to 30 minutes from Hull to this location. And I was like, I'm not going to have time to do that. I'm not going to have time to do that. So I'm going to have to turn around, go back to the weird little shopping center that I'm in, grab some food, and then go straight to this playhouse place, this community theater place, which actually I was really impressed by. The community theater was fucking gorgeous. They evidently have had a lot of money pumped into that place, which I was very, very happy for, especially for my friend who had a main role, and it was the first time I'd seen her on stage, and she did fucking amazingly. She absolutely smashed it out of the park. So, which is always good when you see your friends succeeding in life. Do you know what I mean? Enjoy an apple cinnamon on your pee hole, young man. Ooh, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm all right. Get those nice sugar burns. I know. I just couldn't imagine it. I like my apple pie cool. I would prefer a cold apple pie, to be fair. I think it brings out a lot more of the flavor, you know? If it was a McDonald's one, they'd be really fucked. Yeah, they are literally the temperature of the sun. It's quite wild. Did the fleshlight exist back then? When was the fleshlight created? Oh, the fleshlight was created in like the 80s. Yeah, the fleshlight was like an 80s product. Because as soon as you've got to remember, friends, that when it comes to anything to do with sex, the moment that women have a bit of a step up on something, the men go, but what about us? It's International Women's Day. What about International Men's Day? What about us? I don't like it. Where's my thing? So, with the invention of sex toys, a lot of different types of sex toys and stuff, especially in like modern style of sex toys with like silicone and stuff like that. The moment that a dildo was invented, they were like, but what about us? So they made fanny in a can, aka a fleshlight. And it was like, yeah, now we've got fleshlights. Yeah, there we go. Men can use them too. No, they can't, Dean. That would be homoerotic, which is evil. As in, we're talking the 80s, Dean,
Yeah,
not modern times. The understanding of the 80s where it was there is only cisgender man and cisgender woman. There is only heterosexuality. There is no understanding of anything else. You cannot use dildos if you're a man. We don't understand the dynamics of genders outside of these two binaries. No! This is the 1970s and 80s. No! God, no! Yeah, but the one thing I do like about the whole dynamic of like the fleshlight is the fact that the as I understand it, it was like, we've invented dildos for people with vulvas. And then cis men went, ooh, but what about us? But what about us? But what about us? And they were like, cool, we've invented the fleshlight for people with penises. And they were like, yeah, thank you. It's about time. Oh no, I don't have one. No, I don't have. No, you don't have one. No, I don't. No, I don't own one myself. No, God, no. I'm drowning in the pussy. Look at me drowning in the pussy. I don't need a fleshlight, even though I want one, because I don't like the idea of people with vulvas having things more than we do. But I don't need one myself, because look at all of my all of the drowning, my fields of wow, look at the you know. Mean, adorable bastard, come here, you cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses? I'm waiting 8 whole minutes for it. I appreciate you. It's the ongoing thing. It's the ongoing fucking juxtaposition of toxic male, misogynistic, fucking patriarchal bullshit, which is, if you are a woman, if you are born with a vulva, you should never have sex apart from with the one person you want to spend your entire life with. If you are born with a penis, you should have sex as much as you possibly can. But and also condemn all of the people that that are not refusing to have sex with you, but then also condemn them for having sex with you. Like, that's the thing, because the math works there. And then the reverse of that, which is if you are born with a vulva, then you should have lots and lots of sex toys to give you sexual pleasure, because cisgender men are obviously not going to do that for you. And if you are a person with a penis, then you should never have a sex toy, because you should be drowning in vagina all day long. Do you know what I mean? You should be drowning in the vagina. That is the only way you should do it. Even though you should hate all of the people that give you their vagina, unless they are married, because you should. But it's almost like the math doesn't work here. It's almost like mathematics is failing in this completely logical and evidently very sensible argument. Huh. Who'd have thunk it? Who'd have thunk it? Oh, Jesus. Anyway. Go for some Mickey D's. Do you know what? It's interesting that you call it Mickey D's. In the UK, I've heard it called Mackey's, Mackie D's, and McDonald's. But I've never heard it called Mickey D's. That's a new one on me. It's a very powerful song. Absolutely. Going Home is one of my favorite songs. Absolutely. Is it your favorite song? Yeah, 100%. It's such a great song. I guess it wasn't aware that in the 90s I had other priorities like Micro Machines. In the 90s, the beginning of the 90s, my priorities were whatever the fuck was giving me dopamine, which frequently changed. In the late 90s, I started understanding what sex was, and subsequently the rest of my life was sculpted. About 10, 11 years old, my parents had the talk with me. And the talk made me really fucking interested. And I was like, oh my fucking God, this sounds really interesting. What an interesting concept. What fascinating and interesting concept. I need to learn everything that I can ever. And it has been my hyper focus since then. For nearly 3 decades. You know? Anyway, Purple Bat coming in with the 10 stream streak, but also, Purple Bat, you got a cheeky little tier 2 there for 65 months. Taking us 2 steps closer with the tier 2 to the wonders of the 70-30 split now. The 70-30 split, you beautiful being. Thank you so much. I shall now inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. We've talked about this. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, including the tier 2 Pokemon emotes with my face on them. But the most important thing, as well you know, the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning as a tier 2 subscriber and go, God, roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I wish I was somebody else. Because then I'd get to look at me. Ooh, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You know? Cheeky devil you. I had Ninja Turtles. I fucking love the Ninja Turtles. Weirdly, one of my favorite flavors of like candy, of sweeties, when I was a kid was orange. In fact, it still is today. I love orange flavored things. Apart from chocolate oranges, because they can chew a foreskin. But orange flavored sweets were amazing. But I hate the color orange. I'm not a fan of the color orange. It's very, very rare that I think that the color orange works. And yet, Michelangelo was my favorite Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. I used to love Leonardo because he was the leader, and I was like Donatello because he's really intelligent, and Raphael because he's so moody. But when I actually stopped and thought about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I was like, Michelangelo. All day, every day. He is a party boy who's just like, let's all have a good time. Every time, he's just like, let's have fun. What are we doing? We're going out? Yeah, fucking A, let's go. He was such an optimistic, hedonistic, delightfully moral individual that I was just like, yes, 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 yes. Michelangelo, give it to me, you ADHD fuck. I love it. I love it. You know? Extra sexy. Is it possible to be more sexier than you already are? Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah. Oh, absolutely. You haven't seen me in a mankini, Tunackers. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Sexy is extra. Chocolate sexy is extra sexy. No, chocolate sexy is sticky sexy. It gets real sticky real quick. Real sticky real quick. You know what I mean? Guess what you've watched recently? Could it possibly be Rocky Horror Picture? I'm off to go and see a special showing of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. As soon as I get back from Ireland, because I'm away in Ireland next week. For those people that don't know, I'm not going to be streaming next week because I'm away in Ireland, like I just said. But when I get back, I'll be going to a special showing that has Brad, Magenta, and I think it's Brad, Magenta, and Columbia. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Brad, Magenta, and Columbia are going to be there, and they're going to be talking through bits and pieces and what have you. So I'm really excited about that. If I can film it, I'll film it, because why wouldn't I? Because I fucking love Rocky Horror Picture Show, and I literally have an entire fucking playlist on YouTube that's dedicated to Rocky Horror Picture Show. So it makes sense that I would do that. But yeah, I'll see what I can do. See what I can do. Depends how fucks I am from traveling, you know. Last resort is in Papa Roach. Yeah, absolutely. I was hoping they'd put Once in a While in 4K movie where it goes. Once in a While. That's not ringing any bells to me, I'm afraid, JM Beard. Not ringing any bells to me. I'm going to watch Rocky Horror this weekend. Also seeing clips of Luke Evans and Frankfurter. I haven't even looked into that yet, Shoepedia, because I have not been in the brain space. I've seen an image, I have seen an image of Luke Evans as Frankenfurter. And he looks absolutely fantastic, absolutely amazing. But I was like, what the fuck are they doing? There's celebrities here dressed as Rocky Horror Picture Show. I am immediately skeptical. Because the last time I saw celebrities dressed as Rocky Horror Picture Show, they were remaking the Rocky Horror Picture Show and shitting all over it. So I'm immediately very, very skeptical. I don't know what it's about. I haven't looked into it yet. I will at some stage. But yeah, it's a whole thing. Once in a while, oh, the deleted song from the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Yeah, there's a couple of deleted songs from Rocky Horror Picture Show. Rocky's song. Rocky has a specific song that's dedicated to Rocky Horror Picture that is in the Rocky Horror Picture Show that was cut out. And yeah, once in a while, completely forgot about that. Completely forgot about that. Yeah. How's it going, Painted Lady? How you doing? How's it going? And Mean Adorable Bastard, how you doing, you cheeky devil? Almost done creating/coding my D&D app. What does your D&D app do, Mean Adorable Bastard? App in what context? I'm intrigued now. I'm intrigued. For sure. How you doing, May Whitefire? How's it going, you beautiful bean? I heard the word sex, woman, step up, and my brain went in a completely different direction. Good. So it should. That's a good reaction there, Semba. Absolutely. I was born during said 80s. Glad I missed some of it. Oh, yeah. I was born in the late 80s, and I was happy to not be part of... Like, I can look back at certain things and appreciate them in hindsight. I am glad that I wasn't there to witness them firsthand with cognitive abilities like I have now, you know? It was understood, but not publicly, I guess. Well, it was seen as transvestism or cross-dressing and all that shit, wasn't it, Dean? It wasn't publicly understood, yeah. Because there have always been trans people. Forever and ever, there have always been trans people. Just a lot of people, a lot of societies have tried to condemn them, regardless of the fact that they've always existed. Frags, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Selling your body for money is immoral and wrong. Paying for it is fine, but no selling. Well, that's the interesting thing, Frags, because, so, I can't remember where it is, but there is a certain country in the EU, and I'm sure somebody in chat will fill me in as to which country that is, that are either looking at or have already done, and it might also be in the UK, where it's they are legalizing, not decriminalizing, they are legalizing all sex work, but they are making the use of sex workers, purchasing the use of sex workers, and purchasing services from sex workers, completely illegal. Because they don't want people, they understand the plights of sex workers, that it's hard for them to go to the police because of the condemnation and the fear, but they don't want to allow the public to run riot and have wonderful times with sex workers. No, heaven forfend. So instead of making sex work illegal, they have made the purchasing the services of sex work illegal. Which, if you naturally, of course, they haven't spoken to any sex workers about this. They haven't spoken to any sex workers about this. So porn is okay, but no prostitution. Basically, yeah. Porn is okay because it's sex workers with other sex workers, and sex work is all right, and they're getting paid from an industry's point of view. Nobody's purchasing their services from like a physical bumping uglies point of view. But prostitution is okay. It's just not okay to be the person paying for it. It's not okay to be the customer of a sex worker. Or free prostitution with a tip jar. Even then, the issue isn't like the issue is the fact that what they've actually done is they've, under the guise of we're making sex work safe, because now sex workers will be able to come to the police with their issues. They'll be able to talk about the abuse and the things that they have suffered from clients or what have you. However, What they've actually done is by making it illegal for people to purchase the services of sex workers, they are making it much more dangerous for sex workers, because being in sex work, especially in the way of like actually going out and seeing clients and what have you, that going out and seeing clients and going and providing physical services for other individuals is one of the riskiest jobs in the world. You are very, very likely, or you're much more highly likely to be assaulted, to be beaten up, to be kidnapped, etc., to be murdered. You are much more likely to have all of these things done to you if you're a sex worker, just statistically. But by making it illegal to purchase the services of sex worker, it is much more likely that an assault or an aggravated assault or somebody being beaten up is much more likely to turn into a murder, because the sex worker, if the sex worker reports it, then that person gets charged with purchasing the services of a sex worker. They get charged for breaching a crime. So the only way to guarantee that, or the only way to have a better chance of not getting caught for purchasing a sex worker and getting a criminal record for purchasing a sex worker, purchasing the services of a sex worker, is to murder them. So this whole thing, that once again, the whole thing of politicians being like, we are doing the right thing by supporting sex workers. It's like, no, you've just made this infinitely more dangerous for sex workers. Because out of fear of potentially being caught, it is much more likely that the sex worker is going to get murdered. Much more likely. Fucking wild. Norway, it could be Norway. I'm not entirely sure. I know it's one of the countries in the EU. I had a feeling in my brain, it was Sweden. But I can't confirm or deny that. That's just what my brain was pointing towards. It could or could not be. You know. That made me giggle. Look upon my field of fucks. See how it is barren. Exactly, Semba. But I can't swim. That's a shame. Mucky D's. It is pretty mucky. I had a McDonald's when I was down in London because I needed food. And I was like, I don't want to pay through my arsehole for it. McDonald's is going to be slightly more expensive, but at least I'll know that I'll get somewhat full because of it. And it was the shittest beige veggie burger I think I've had in many years. I had a terrible, terrible time. McDonald's used to do really, really good veggie burgers with actual vegetables in them. But now they give you a slab of corn that is not flavored, heated up, and it tastes of a Magnolia wallpaper. You know? Did the Licky Tongue one get created yet? I don't know, Tuneckers. I haven't received it. If it has been created, I haven't received it. The one that I've received recently was me as... Where are you, Abby Stabby? Me as Akasha from Queen of the Damned. This is what it looks like. That's the most recent one I've received. Me doing the beautiful dance of Akasha swanning through, setting people on fire with a mere look. Having breadboards as breadboards and nipple bars as an entire headdress. Oh wow, I know, right? I know. I think this was one of Eris Ptolemy's. Eris Ptolemy was the cause of this. So at some stage I'll make that into a bitty alert, but not before I go away because I'm too busy. You've just come back from Ireland, yeah, Dean? Did you have a wonderful time away? a wonderful time away. Have a great time out that way. Seeing old friends / family. Chosen family or blood relatives. It was filmed. Oh shit, really? Once in a while, the song from Brad Maders was filmed. They just cut it from the final cut. Well, shit, I did not know that. Did not know that. I've been trying to DM again after my burnout, and one of the things that I wanted was a web page / app on my laptop. I could easily track combat and HP. Couldn't find anyone that I liked, so I decided to make my own. Added a few extra bits and bits and bops, such as emergency NPC name generators for when NPC goes off track. Cool. Sounds good. Mineral Bastard. I hope it goes really, really well.
Panda to Mago. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Went back for the day-long finale of a 9-year D&D campaign.
Oh, wow.
Went a day or so early to catch up with people. Was weird. It's been 2.5 years but felt like I was last there yesterday.
That is a sign of a good friendship, Dean. That is a sign of a good friendship. There are friends of mine that I haven't seen in years and years and years and years. And as soon as we meet up again, it's just like nothing's happened. Nothing's changed. We saw each other last week. And that is honestly one of the things that I look for in friendship. One of the things I genuinely look for in friendship is just being like, yeah, absolutely. I'm here. I'm on it. Let's go. You know? Midgarder, how you doing? How's it going? Hope the lurg passes quickly. It's been 3 weeks so far, Midgard. But it's that just lingering. It's a lingering lurg. And it's a pen in the hoop. I hope you're doing well, friend. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for 100 little panderings, by the way, Dean. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Sex work in that country is like getting a free chocolate and then someone shits on it. Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah. So there's a big thing with like sex work is like decriminalizing versus legalizing. People are like, we need to legalize sex work. Legalizing sex work means that sex work is legal in very specific circumstances. For example, sex work in the UK is technically legal, but you're not allowed, but brothels are illegal. And a brothel is considered to be a building with 2 or more sex workers in it, which means that sex work is actually really fucking dangerous because it means that sex workers can't go together and one sits downstairs and while the other one's upstairs or what have you. That is a thing. Yeah, it's that whole legalizing means we'll make it legal with very, very stringent rules so that we can catch you in a variety of different ways. Whereas decriminalizing it means we are going to stop it from ever being a criminal act to be a sex worker or to engage in the dynamics of the sex worker. The Nordic model is not liked by sex workers. Is that what it's called, Frankie D? Is that the Nordic model? Where it's like the customers are the ones committing the crime, you know, by purchasing the service that somebody is providing. Adopted by Sweden. Oh shit, it's more than one? Adopted by Sweden in 1999, Norway in 2009, Iceland in 2009, Canada in 2014, Northern Ireland in 2015, France in 2016, Ireland in 2017, Israel in 2018, and Maine in 2023. Well, shit. I didn't realize it was quite that bad. That's wild, Frankie D. Thank you very much for that information. I appreciate that. Should be made into a bobblehead. What, me as a cashier? Absolutely, that is perfect. Best part of the movie. That movie has not aged well. And when I say it hasn't aged well, I don't mean it's offensive. Not that I remember it being offensive, but I'm a cisgender white man, so I was born with a shitload of privilege that I might not see these things. But the fact that I remember watching it when it first came out. I remember watching Queen of the Damned where it first came out and being like, this movie is nowhere near as good as Interview with a Vampire, but I really liked it. Really liked the music, really liked the plot. I really liked the story. I was like, oh my God, this is great. And then I watched it about 6 months ago for the nostalgia. I was like, do you know what? I haven't seen this in fucking ages. I'm going to watch it for the nostalgia. I really want to listen to the music again. I really want to just get involved with it. I'm going to get absolutely just sink myself into the nostalgia. And I watched through it and I was like, this is the cheesiest vampire movie I have seen in over a decade. What the fuck am I watching? What the fuck am I watching? It has not aged well in my fucking nostalgia is what it hasn't done. It has not aged well in my nostalgia. I'm not happy. I thought it was so much better than that. And I'm like, oh God, this is awful. Why am I watching this? Oh, Jesus. You know. That's glorious. Right one, Two Cripple. Welcome back, mean adorable bastard. I put a picture in the Discord. TTRPG and board game channel. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll check it out afterwards. For sure, for sure. Nordic model approach to sex work, also known as the end demand equality model. Neo-abolitionism, or the Nordic and Swedish model, is an approach to prostitution that criminalizes clients, third parties, and many of the ways that sex workers operate. Yeah. Because there's been so much of a kick up a fuss over the fact that sex work is real work, which it is. To then, it's like, in fact, you know what, Frankie D? I'm glad you brought this up, because this is actually a perfect example of legalizing versus decriminalizing. Legalizing, like in those countries, the Nordic model has been adopted, which means that sex work is legal. They have legalized sex work, but everything around sex work is illegal. Which means it is borderline impossible to be a sex worker, especially be a sex worker in any description of safe dynamic. Because heaven forfend that a person be able to do what they want with their own body for bodily autonomy. Heaven forfend that somebody who may be really struggling with loneliness seeks out a sex worker to get a little bit of physical comfort on an evening. Both consenting adults. You know? Heaven forfend. Heaven forfend. Brothels are legal and decriminalized in New South Wales under the Disorderly House Amendment Act 1995, rather than being regulated by a specific licensing scheme. They are regulated by local councils as legitimate businesses, allowing them to operate lawfully, including private, single operators, and multi-work premises. New South Wales is a state in Australia. Yeah, I know that New South Wales, but thank you very much for the clarification. I appreciate that. That's really, really interesting, Midgard. That's really, really interesting. And good, honestly. Good that they have the thing is like they've not got a licensing scheme. Well, I don't know. I feel like a bit of regulation is important to basically make sure that there isn't any exploitation going on. Because I understand the risk when it comes to sex work. Obviously, sex trafficking is a massive fucking problem across the world. So I understand the risk when it comes to it. So I feel like a little bit of regulation isn't necessarily a bad thing to turn around and be like, okay, cool. We need to see the books. We need to make sure that everything, or you're paying your tax relevantly. We need to make sure that all of these people are legal citizens within whatever country, and they are fucking moth. They are legal citizens. They are all of age. They are all consenting. They have contracts of fair pay to make sure that they are not being exploited for monetary gains and stuff. I don't feel like a little bit of regulation is necessarily a bad thing. The issue that we would have with stuff like that is the fact that the vast majority of the regulatory authorities that would be able to regulate stuff like that would probably come with their own prejudice, and therefore wouldn't be able to, would be particularly condemning towards sex work, you know? Yeah, what are we talking about, Tails? How you doing, Tails? How's it going? We're talking about sex work and the legalizing / decriminalizing of sex work. We were talking about a variety of different things, but that's where the conversation has taken us. That is where the conversation has taken us. But I have been sent an article by about 5 different people. Because apparently they have recently remapped, or they have recently mapped the full network of clitoral nerves have been mapped out for the first time. And about 5 or 6 people have sent me this article. So we might go through that in a minute. Because I have not even seen it yet. I haven't even looked at it, but a lot of people have sent me it. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea to go through it, given the fact that, you know, sex education, that's what we do.
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful individual. I don't like to call people out just in case they are lurking, but you are very, very welcome here. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate that. So yeah, we might go through that in a minute, because I think it's important. I think it's important to talk about that, because as most of you will likely know, especially if you were born with a vulva in your life, that when it comes to medical care, see you later, Sebastian, you take it easy. When it comes to medical care for people born with vulvas, the world has been somewhat lacking behind. For example, off the top of my head, the vast majority of painkillers, when they were invented, stuff like paracetamol, for example, or acetaminophen for those people in America, they were only ever tested on white cisgender men. So all the original side effects that were listed on paracetamol / acetaminophen was all from white cisgender men. Medical science back in the day, I mean, we're talking 100 years ago, if not a little bit longer, medical science thought that hormones made women's results, cisgender women's results, too temperamental to get a good understanding of side effects, and therefore they just refused to test any drugs on women. So for many years, all of the side effects that were ever listed on the patient information leaflet or websites or as the small print on fucking adverts or what have you, was all based on white cisgender men, and the results that the side effects that they showed during trialing and testing and stuff like that. It is a single example of how the the history of medical industry has failed anybody except cisgender men. One of many examples. I can guarantee it. There are a lot. But yeah, it's interesting to know that they have finally done that. That's really interesting. So we might have a look at that in a minute. In my admittedly very limited experience, making sex work fully legal and regulated, like you said, would make it much harder for sex trafficking to occur, right? Theoretically, yes. Until it's put into practice, it's hard to really say, mean adorable bastard. But theoretically speaking, yes, it would. Because just like every other industry that exists in a country, if something is regulated, like the pharmaceutical industry, for example, which I worked in for 7 years, the regulations on pharmaceuticals were really fucking strict for good fucking reason. Because that shit was fucking about with people's body chemistry, you know? You had to do so much testing, so much trialing, so much human trialing, so much bits and pieces to find out whether something actually fucking works before it was ever allowed near a shelf to be consumed by the public. And even then, you would still have, like, be monitoring quality assurance complaints and stuff for 3 years. I think it's about 3 years to fully understand the ramifications of, like, a drug, you know? And even then, there's fucking mistakes. But theoretically speaking, if sex work, as in person-to-person prostitution, like physical sex work, was decriminalized and regulated in the same regard of, like, every fucking 12 months there was an audit of these places, and they had to provide all their books to make sure that all of their all the people that work there were legal citizens, because I know loads of people care about immigration. I don't really give a fuck, but I know loads of people do. That make sure they were all over the age of 18, that you could see that they had been verified, that they were over the age of 18, that they were all consenting, that they'd all signed contracts themselves, and that the contracts stood up to like regulatory, the legal employment law. Do you know what I mean? It would become much, much harder for, theoretically speaking, it would become much, much harder for like human trafficking. Yes. Yeah. Hello, Anna. How you doing, you beautiful individual? Welcome on in. Thank you very much for coming out of lurk. I can now say thank you for your follow. I really appreciate that. Would that mean that you could be a quality control officer for sex workers? Yes. But not like that. No, mean at all, bastard. No. As in, you could, like, there are, so in the movie industry, in the film industry, there are, what are they called? Intimacy coordinators. An intimacy coordinator, which I am probably at some stage when I have some spare money, which, as we all know, doesn't fucking happen. But if there's ever a point where I have some spare money around, there is a very good chance that I would put it towards doing an intimacy coordinator course. Because I would love to be an intimacy coordinator. I would really, really love to be an intimacy coordinator. So what an intimacy coordinator's job is on a movie set where there is a sex scene or where there are particularly intimate scenes regarding anything to do with sex or what have you, the intimacy coordinator is the go-between between the director, who has the vision, who was like, yeah, I want to get this stuff happening, you know. Oh my lordy, ladies and gentlemen, and all gents outside between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people going in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who did they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage, I tell you. How's it going, Eris Ptolemy? Thank you very much for bringing your beautiful people in here. What have you been up to today? Tell me all about it. Friends, go and check out our dear friend Eris Ptolemy. Eris Ptolemy will be visiting the United Kingdom in the next couple of months. They will be coming to Ken. Coming to the 10-year anniversary of Ken, which the next performer announcement of that goes out tomorrow, which is all very, very exciting. But what are you up to today? What are you doing? What's going on? What's been happening? Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. You're doing The Sims 2. The Sims 2? Fucking hell. What were you doing in The Sims 2? What were you doing in The Sims 2, you beautiful individual? 1, if you're not if you're... Fucking hell. You're not allowed to apologize here. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual too. If you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave, because I am a colossal filth wizard. We are currently talking about the legalization / decriminalization of sex work, and I don't want to be corrupting the ears of the young. More importantly, I can't be arsed with overprotective parents. So disappear off, come back when you're 18. We'll have a good laugh. Do you know what I mean? We'll have a good laugh. But yeah, how was thingies? Oh, you know, just continuing our home wrecking shenanigans and getting the curse with the twins, because of course the first time I get twins. Of course you do. Of course. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you, Eris? People from my stream, go and check out Eris. Eris is a wonderful, wonderful human being. Plays a lot of is somewhat mildly obsessed with Assassin's Creed. However, has been playing a lot of Fallout 4 and evidently The Sims 2 recently. So yeah, go check them out. Go do the bits and pieces. I've just been showing off Valkasha to the community, Eris, because it was one of your creations, and we were talking about Pokemon with my face on them, and I was like, this is the latest one. You know? I am filled with the lurg at the moment, and my sinuses are becoming more and more pressure filled. So you'll have to bear with me while my brain calibrates a little bit. But yeah, so we were talking about intimacy coordinators. So in the movie industry, you have, like, if you've got a movie that is doing like sex scenes or intimate scenes in regards to like groping, or even so much as like somebody like grabbing somebody else's ass and stuff like that, you usually, not always, but usually have an intimacy coordinator there. An intimacy coordinator is the go-between between the director, who has the vision, being like, oh my god, this is gonna be fucking amazing, I want them to do this, and the actors that are involved in that being like, okay, cool. They are the go-between. They're the mediator, being like, I see your vision, that's cool, but what are they comfortable with? Are they comfortable with this? Is this consent? Let's make sure that they are all right with this. What if that breaches their boundaries? Where are they at? And it's up to that person to then also argue with the director, being like, look, they're not comfortable with this, we need to change it. You don't, like, your vision is one thing, but your artistic fucking bullshit doesn't trump their consent, you know, which is the reason why I'm like, at some stage I would like to be an intimacy coordinator. I would like to have that qualification under my belt. But if you had that for like sex workers, where you were like, okay, here's being, as you say, like a quality control officer for sex workers is kind of like an intimacy coordinator. You'd have the person who owns the brothel being like, okay, we're going to do all of these things, and I want you all doing these things and this, that, and the other. And then you would basically have a nurse, like kind of like a union representative for sex workers, just being like, yeah, that's not going to happen because these people are not comfortable with that. That's not all right. You're not allowed to do that, you know, that kind of thing. And also they would be able to, like, then I suppose make sure that, like you say, everyone's a legal consenting adult, everyone's there's no issues of like human trafficking and shit like that kind of thing, you know. I am just old. I just am old and must not understand why would the oldest profession in the world look so badly. Is it just that they should be recognized for the good it does? Why is it looked at so badly? Midgard, because of fucking hell. If you want to, like, the TLDR of that answer, Midgard, is that because of the censorship control of both political state and religion, and the slightly less TLDR is an ongoing patriarchal domination over women and the right that they have to choose to do what they want with their own bodies. The classic example of that is the one that I have used multiple times, which is if you look at the difference between OnlyFans and Audio Smut. OnlyFans is a visual sex work app. And there's already a bit of controversy at the moment going on, because there is a company out there who is an anti-sex work company that is currently putting in a bid to buy OnlyFans just to shut it down. Like that's gonna stop anything. But that is their plan. They're spending millions and millions of dollars to try and buy OnlyFans to shut it down because they think it's a spawn of Satan or whatever. Who fucking knows? Anyway, yeah, OnlyFans is a visual, explicit website where many women, both trans and cis alike, have the ability to monetize themselves, monetize their bodies, create content of a provocative or explicit nature, which their fans buy into. Audio Smut is exactly the same, but with audio instead of visual. When you break down these two industries in very generalized terms, so doing generalizations here, the majority of people who benefit from a website like OnlyFans are women. And the majority of people that use a website like OnlyFans are men. The other side of things, with audio, the majority of people that use audio websites, Audio Smut, are women. And the majority of people who benefit from the people purchasing the content, the people who are content creators that make the money off it, not all, but the majority are men. When you look at the censorship of a society, there is always censorship on visual pornography that predominantly financially benefits women and is purchased by and is paid for by men, and nearly no censorship on audio pornography, which is predominantly benefited by men and used by women. If a man is making money off of women, it's okay. If a woman is making money off of men, we need to censor it. It's wild. I'm not really massive into conspiracy theories by any stretch of the imagination, I don't think this is a conspiracy theory. I think this is just one of the effects of patriarchy, of the fact that we live in a patriarchal society, and people are like, it's getting better. And I genuinely think it is getting better. People are becoming more understanding. People are becoming more open-minded. People are becoming more appreciative of differences. It's a slow road, but it is a road that is still moving forward. And I genuinely believe that. But when you look back on centuries and centuries and centuries of patriarchal sculpting of society, you just see little things and you're like, oh, that's a bit weird. Because originally, I've got to say, it came down to the Online Safety Act. The Online Safety Act kicked in, where everything that was adult was censored. And I was like, okay, let's test the boundaries here. Let's see what is and what isn't censored, because I am a sex educator, I am a sex work advocate, and I want to see what is what. Do you know what I mean? So I tested the boundaries, and that's where I found out that audio smut isn't censored, but visual smut is censored. So I was like, why? That's really strange. What a weird thing that audio smut isn't censored, but visual smut is censored. And when you start digging into it, it's just like, oh, that's because visually women benefit. In audio, predominantly, men benefit. If men are making money off of women, it's fine. If women are making money off of men, oh no, that's not okay. They get their tits out. That's not all right. Yeah, but in the audio, this guy's going into deep detail with squelchy noises about how he's fucking fingering somebody and licking their clit. Yeah, but they show nipple. Yeah, but they are literally giving in-depth detailed description about how their tongue is penetrating someone's asshole. Yeah, but they show areola, and areola's not all right. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? It's really fucked. The more that you dig into it, the more you realize how fucked it is. It's like, fuck me, that's wild. And like I said, I don't consider it to be like it's a system that the government have planted and the schemes and I don't think it's any of that. I think it's just purely down to the patriarchy. The patriarchal system has existed for so fucking long that people don't think about audio smut. Like, people read 50 Shades of Grey quite pleasantly on the tube. That is a pornographic book. Yes, it's a shitly read book. It's a shitly written book. Yes, it has a terrible depiction of what BDSM's all about. Abso-fucking-lutely. It's not a good book, but it's still pornography. The equivalent would be, it's still pornographic, should I say. The equivalently would be somebody watching a movie that has shitloads of sex scenes in it and just watching all the sex scenes on the tube. Do you know what I mean? Like, that is the direct equivalent, but one's okay, but one's not okay. It's all right to sit and read the words over somebody's shoulder of somebody getting deeply fisted, but it's not all right to see titties. Do you know what I mean? It's a wild one. It's a wild one. The double standards. Do you know what I mean? I've said, do you know what I mean, a hell of a lot, and I'm becoming really conscious of it. Prostitution is legal in Vegas and Nevada in USA, but they have to get tested diseases and pass and show verification and such. Turtles, yes, but what is illegal is Jastic, I'm afraid I only speak English, friend. If you would like to speak in English, I would appreciate that. But myself and the moderators can only really speak and moderate in English. So if you could either translate or speak in English yourself, I'll do my best. Like, we do not condemn people for like English not being their first language by any stretch of the imagination. So yeah, if you'd like to do that, I appreciate that. Hi, how you doing? How's it going? Welcome on in. I'm now just doing a quick Google Translate on what it was that you were saying. You were asking where the eyeliner is from. The eyeliner I use liquid eyeliner for the top of my eyelid, and that's from Elf. And the other eyeliner is Scandal Eyes. That's what I use on the lid. On the lid itself, but I use two different types of eyeshadow. I like layer my eyeshadow to give it that really dark look. So there you go. There you go. I just can't Google Translate every single thing that you might say, so I wanted to make sure that I said that first in there. Elf has the best primer. I tend to use moisturizer for primer, friend. I tend to use moisturizer. I think there's much better primers out there, but just for me personally, I'm just like, yeah. Like Nivea moisturizer, cover my face in that, wait for it to dry in, and then stick my foundation on, you know? Yeah, so the Tails, as I was saying, prostitution is legal in Vegas, but soliciting isn't, which I found really, really interesting. So people would go around with like cards, like playing cards. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. And they go around with playing cards, usually displaying a naked person on them with a phone number on it. It'd be like business cards, and they'd just be like throwing business cards at people, and just like, and you would see them all over the street. All of that is illegal, massively illegal. You're not allowed to solicit for work. That has never stopped any of the prostitution that I have seen within Vegas, or when I was out there for 7 days, and I saw sex workers absolutely everywhere. No judgment at all. I was just like, yeah, that's cool. Not for me, that's cool, that's all right, but I hope you have a great night, you know. You can wait. Fucking hell, Milky Bark. God damn it. By the way, Eric's telling me if you need to disappear off, if you need to go grab a snaffly treat, go grab some kind of delightful beverage, please go do so. Thank you so much for bringing your beautiful people there. I appreciate it. You know, thank you for putting up with your puns. Like I have a choice. In Germany, it is legal to be a sex worker. Is it completely decriminalized, Luana? And if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, please correct me. Is it completely decriminalized? I know that Germany is very open-minded when it comes to a lot of sex-related industries. Not all, but a lot of sex-related industries. Which is the reason why people, like, there was a big thing in like the late 90s, early 2000s about Germany being like, oh, if you want to watch scat porn, or you want to watch hardcore BDSM, or you want to watch piss play, or what have you, you want to watch German porn. And that was like the association, like all German people were really into these very heavy BDSM fetish kind of things. And it's like, no, what actually that was the fact that Germany was the only place it was completely legal to create that level of pornography. Everywhere else in Europe, it was illegal to make hardcore fetish pornography. Whereas in Germany, they were like, hey, as long as it's between consenting adults, do what you need to do. That's all good, you know? Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate you confirming that with me. Oh, you know, just continuing our home wrecking shenanigans, getting Curse of the Twins. Yeah, of course. The Curse of the Twins, for sure, for sure. I didn't want the twins, but the dude I decided to have kids with already had twin girls. Of course, he gets me pregnant, and boom! Used to so many cheats today. What, to stop the whole twins thing from happening, or just to kind of wrangle in the chaos? Eris Ptolemy. You know? I was lurking and giggling. GG's on the chaos. Absolute chaos. Love that. Love that. I mean, you are the chaos deity, to be fair, Eris Ptolemy. That's what happens. That's what happens. You invite it, you know? Thought as much, and the structure of that sentence was terrible. It's 6:42 a.m. here and all out coffee. Oh, Midgard, no issues at all. This is the thing, when we have like a community that's like full of people from different cultures, and where, especially when English isn't their first language by any stretch of the imagination, I've become quite good at like understanding not very well structured English, because I just assume it's not people's first languages. Do you know what I mean? Or they're dyslexic. One of the two. Where we never condemn people for bad English here, because sometimes it's just not their fault, you know. Sometimes it's because they haven't had enough coffee, you know. I hope if they do buy it, the creators of OnlyFans make another website called TwoOnlyFans. Oh my god. God damn it, Milky Park. I don't know. I think the creators of OnlyFans are... Honestly, I don't know for sure, but I assume that the creators of OnlyFans are kind of sick of all the fucking drama that comes with running OnlyFans as a website. Let me find out what the company is. Let's have a look. That's a terribly worded thing. What's this one say? OnlyFans in talks to be sold for $8 billion. No deal has been finalized yet, and other potential buyers are in discussion with them. What's the name of the... What was the name of a specific company? Excuse me. Oh my god. That's not working. I am indeed a real person, but I don't want any of your cookies. Confirm choices. So they are looking to sell. This is May 2026. So they are looking to sell. Oh no, this was May 2025. It was a year ago, or nearly a year ago. They were in the process of selling, but no deals were confirmed. I can't find it now. Let's try this. God damn it, I don't want your fucking free trial. I don't want to pay for every fucking thing just to get information on what is going on in the world. When was this written? 26th of March 2026. Okay. So deal put together by obscure San Francisco-based debt fund put a 5.5 billion price tag on the British website, which became a global sensation during the pandemic. Its rock bottom number for money machines ranked at 1.4 billion in revenue and 720 million in operating profit in 2024 for secretive billionaire owner. I'm not going to say their name if they want to be secretive. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, shit. Apparently the secret, I will say their name then because they're dead. Leonid Radvinsky. OnlyFans announced Radvinsky's death on Monday without specifying when or where or how he died. His heir apparent is his wife, who a source close to the couple describes as Radvinsky's de facto business partner. Deal still hangs in the balance, with the terms being revised after Radvinsky's death. But the hopeful buyer is Architect Capital, a San Francisco-based fund that got its start in 2020, offering credit to Latin American startups like Colombian food delivery. There's nothing here about them wanting to close it down though. But I definitely read an article. I cannot remember the name of the company for the life of me, but I definitely read an article about how there was a company that was looking to buy OnlyFans purely to close it down, purely because they were anti-sex. They were like, we're going to pay billions of dollars in order to buy OnlyFans and then shut it down because we think it's the spawn of Beelzebub, effectively. If anyone finds that article, let me know. Let me know. And if I find it, I'll stick it in the Discord for sure. In fact, do you know what? The source of a lot of my news comes from a darling individual and a very, very good friend of mine. But I might have to scroll back to find it because they give me a lot of information. All very, very interesting. I'll keep scrolling while I catch up with chat. While I find it. Still low-key traumatized payback for unintentionally making my sim home wrecker. That's what you get. That's what you get. Absolutely. Out of coffee, that's sacrilegious. I know, right? The audacity. Not the exactly. Not the nibble looks. Terrible. Outrageous. Also late because I had to answer the phone, phone call. But I am so hyped. Come to visit, partake in Ken. Can't wait to meet all your beats. Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a lot of fun. For sure, for sure. I had someone read 50 Shades of Grey on TikTok the other day, and and the cackle I cackle because it is so bad. Yeah, it's not good. It is not good at all. It's not well written. The thing is, you've got to remember about OnlyFans is the fact that it is a fan fiction. It is a fan fiction device. It was literally Twilight that was made into fan fiction. And then they changed the names and some of the bits and pieces to like sort it all out. Do you know what I mean? I'm not from the future. I was worried about time space continuum there. Good. You should worry about it. To wrangle it in because I almost cried. I could literally do nothing. My sim almost died because she had to absolute fuck all without immediately being like, but the babies. Yeah. I get it. Absolutely. But surely the cookies are delicious. They've been serving them all over the place. You would think. But I feel like the cookies that taste like cardboard. Do you know what I mean, Sedumus? Important question, Astra. When do we get to suggest those fun dares for your upcoming party? Good question. I completely forgot about that. When did I say the party was? The 13th of April. I better turn them on, haven't I? I better turn them on. Are you sure you're okay? I have a bit of a headache and it is making focus hard. But other than that, I'm fine. Thank you very much for asking, though. I appreciate that. Community? No. No. Viewer awards. There we go. Channel points. Turn on. Recommend a party dare. There you go. You got this week and next week, and then we'll have the party on the 13th of April because that my partner anniversary is in a week. Is my diary? Oh, it's Monday, Tuesday. Tuesday the 7th of April is my partner anniversary, but I am away next week because I'm off to see family in Ireland. So the earliest I can do it is the 13th of April. There you go. There you go. There you go. Itchy nose. Right. Where was I? Version 0.5 is done. Gonna go to bed now. No worries, mean adorable master. Thanks very much for stopping by. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Hope you all have a great evening. And Valen put that intimacy coordinator thing as a long-term goal. Would totally want to add to that. I mean, adorable bastard. That's really fucking kind of you, friend. I need to sort out, like, this year, 2026 is the year of going back to square one. So I need to get rid of all my debt. I need to get rid of all the shite in my house. And once all that's done, then I can look at, like, donation goals towards things like qualifications and stuff like that. For sure. For sure. OnlyFans is a fan fiction? No. No. 50 Shades is a fan fiction. Yeah. On March 23rd, parody account Daily Newt posted that Musk wanted to purchase OnlyFans to close it. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't. It was not Elon Musk that I saw. But thank you. No, it was definitely not Elon Musk. Elon Musk had nothing. I haven't thought about Elon Musk in a very, very long time. Did you confuse 50 Shades? I think when I said OnlyFans is a fanfiction, potentially, maybe. There's apparently a scene where Anastasia, I think is her name, isn't it? Or whatever the fuck her name is called. Calls Christian's penis her own Christian Grey flavored popsicle, and I cringed and cackled because what? Absolutely. Abs-fucking-lutely. Safety dare, remove the pleases. Oh my god, you people start with the safety. What is wrong with you? Why would you start with safety? Why would you start with safety? What a preposterous concept. What a preposterous concept, right? But on more eyeshadow, Jesus Christ. Light mode, good lord. Think of a song doing interpretive dance without the music to the lyrics and has to guess what it is. That's a good one. I like that. Wear a silly hat. How dare you? All my hats are very serious. Big hugs to anyone who wants amazing. Thank you very much, mean adorable. I appreciate that. Voice memo a random person in your contacts with no context, giving you a random song from Rocky Horror. Hide something for future Valen to find. That's always dangerous. Always dangerous, that one. No, I can't find it. No, that's last year. Evidently, it wasn't them that sent me all the bits and pieces. No, because I'm all the way back when they were telling me about strangulation becoming illegal in the UK. Or strangulation in pornography becoming illegal in the UK, you know. You know, the traditional bad paint portrait. Interview for an office job, Frankie D. What do you take me for? What do you take me for? Good lord. Outrageous. Hold on a minute. Oh. Mean adorable bastard. I don't know whether you're still here, you beautiful bean. But apparently I deleted one of your messages by mistake. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to delete them. I don't even know how I managed to delete your message because it takes a significant amount for me to actually be able to delete a message. So I don't know how I managed to do that, but I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to do that. Much love to you, mean adorable bastard. No issues at all. And thank you very much to the moderator just pointed out in mod chat that I deleted somebody's message for no fucking reason. But I didn't mean to do that. I hope you're well. Sleep well, you beautiful bean. I appreciate you. Oh no, it was a link because you put cheers folks, full stop, and then big hugs, and it thought that folks.big was a website. Mean adorable bastard, I didn't delete it. It was the bot. The bot hates you. We think you're great. We think you're awesome, but the bot hates you. Yeah. Yeah, no. How's it going, Biohazard? Welcome on in, you beautiful individual. How's it going? Speaking an overtly complimentary AI. Speak like an overtly complimentary AI. I will happily do that. Mushroom power up. You may skip a dare if you eat one mushroom. It's not worth it. It doesn't matter what the dare is, Lux. It doesn't matter what the dare is. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Most kind.
Classic Chunk.
Guess which Pratt took the bin store keys home from work?
Oh, no. No. Does that mean you've got to go back tonight, Chunk? To drop them off? No, buddy. Oh, I'm fucking gutted for you, man. That's a nightmare. That's a fucking nightmare. Off now? Jesus Christ. Well, while you are getting yourself ready to go off, I am going to inscribe your name upon the mirror vein for the 80th time. I think you are my longest reigning subscriber, to be honest with you, Chunk. You may well be the longest reigning subscriber. Chunk! People go and check out Classy Chunk. Classy Chunk is playing this game that I bought him. I bought him Mind Mogul, which means that you should definitely go check it out because I invested in that. I invested in the dopamine that Chunk has been receiving from Mind Mogul. So you should definitely go over and click that cheeky little follow button for my dear friend Chunk, who is my housemate and one of my closest fucking friends. Wonderful, wonderful bean. Go do the thing. Thank you very much, mods. Appreciate you. Chunk, I shall now inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexually most, but the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? You know? Such a great game. Should be streaming it again tomorrow. That makes me very, very happy because I remember you saying that you were like, maybe I'm coming to the end of this game now. But I really enjoy watching you play it, so I'm more than happy with that. I am more than happy with that, for sure. For sure. Costume change, find something even more spangly than what you're wearing. Ooh, all right, okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting one for sure. For sure. Oh, the congestion is thingy. Right, friends, let us, as I can't find out the information about OnlyFans, we should probably look at this other article that I was looking at. Because why wouldn't we go through it all together? Do you know what I mean? Why wouldn't we go through it all together? Ads are running. They are running. Behold. Oh, do you know what I need to do? Fuck. Before I do this. So I don't get fucking slapped on the wrist again. I need to put the mature content tag on. Because otherwise I'll be talking about sex education stuff to do with the clitoris. And Twitch will be like, no, how dare you educate people? Not a chance. Hold on, let me have a look at that. Sexual things. The content focuses on sexualized physical attributes and activities, sexual topics or experiences. Yeah, I can't really get away from that. We are definitely about to talk about the clitoris. For sure. for sure. Thank you very much, Nibberin, for !age there. Yes, friends, if you are under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. Generally speaking, but also now, because we're about to talk about the clitoris of all things. I think I'm coming to the end. I just intend to finish it. Anyway, better go take this keys. Yeah, go do your thing. Thank you so much, Classic Chunk. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I enjoy watching Chunk play with himself. I mean, it's not untrue. It's not untrue. Do you know what I mean? It's not untrue. To put you on the good stuff. Oh, really? Also, Biohazard, I hope you're doing well, and I hope the family's good. You beautiful individual. Now, let's talk about the clitoris. Hand Puppy Van takes over 5 minutes. Oh, God. That's even worse. Right, so this is from The Guardian. This article has been sent to me by multiple people. All right? So evidently, a lot of people want me to talk about it. And as a result, I haven't read it. I mean, I've been too busy doing a million other things anyway, but I haven't read it. So this is all new to me. I haven't looked at this yet, okay? But it says the full network of clitoral nerves mapped out for the first time. I can't remember, the clitoris only entered the like anatomical textbooks in like the past 100 years. Mods, darling moderators, could you do me a massive favor and put up a poll in chat to ask how many people got age gated? This is fucking infuriating. In fact, you know what? It doesn't matter. I'm just going to take it off. I'm going to take off the sexual themes thing. I'm just going to take it off. Which means that people should be able to watch it. Thank you very much, mods. I appreciate you. But I'm too angry now. Okay, no, we'll you know what? We'll take it on. We'll throw it out there, and if people want to know about it, it's great. Thank you very much, Nibberin. Yeah. It's infuriating. I find it very, very difficult. And Twitch moderators, if you're watching this, expect my complaint. I find it very, very difficult that you are, that Twitch as a company is rolling out a thing that a lot of governments are rolling out, which is awful and infringes a lot of people's fucking privacy, and you're trusting third-party websites to trust everybody's very personal, very highly confidential data. And I genuinely believe that any company who agreed with this scenario would take the cost on themselves and do it all themselves and put themselves in the firing line. If you agree with needing to ID people for them to access stuff, then you should make your own department and put your fucking money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is. Spend the money on making your own secure location for confidential shit, and if something goes wrong, take fucking accountability for it, as opposed to using third-party companies that nobody knows, nobody understands, nobody fucking trusts, where they can sell your data left, right, and center, get hacked left, right, and center, and have all of the fucking data thrown out onto the dark web, and people just get fucking ID fraud left, right, and center. If you genuinely believed, if any company genuinely believed in this shit, they put their money where their mouth is and make their own confidential department that handles confidential information like that. But they never fucking do. They always use third parties because they need somebody to blame when it goes wrong. Anyway, I also find it extremely frustrating that I'm going to be talking about sex education, an education that everybody should fucking know about, that is important for people's educational fucking welfare, their bodily welfare, their fucking mental welfare, their emotional welfare. But they can't because they haven't ID'd themselves. Because they haven't trusted Twitch's third party with their confidential government information. I might need to calm down a little bit. Because it makes me real fucking angry that they age gate conversations. But anyway, yeah, I'm choosing to not put the age gate on that. Fuck that noise. I am a sex educator. I have 18 plus in my title. I have constant rules in my thing saying that you have to be over the age of 18 in order to be here and engage in the conversation. I have sex educator in my About Me section. I am very openly a sex educator on the internet. I very openly talk about sex. I very openly talk about the fact that I run like cabarets and erotic nights and do seminars as a sex educator. Anybody who is in here who is under the age of 18 shouldn't fucking be here. I'm very, very fucking clear about that. But on the same point, I am not going to make people hand over their government documentation to a third-party website that nobody knows or trusts just so that they can be fucking educated by me. It's fucking disgusting. That's not just Twitch, it's every single fucking website that's choosing to do this. Every single government that's choosing to do this. It is fucking disgusting. It should not be us. It should not be we as responsible fucking adults that are paying the price for poor parenting. Anyway. Which company does Twitch use? KID. Which is the same company that Discord used, but not the company that got hacked by during the big Discord hack. It's a different company to them. They might well be much more safe, but there's no way I can know. There's no way any of us can know. Do you know what? Might even fucking go for it. KID, the child protection verification website. That Discord switched to looking at behavior. Yeah, to a certain degree, that's just really easy to user. What they should be doing is governments, instead of penalizing every single human being that lives in that fucking country, they should be funding education and funding tools for parents to be able to safeguard their own children. It should not be our responsibility for other parents to safeguard their children. Just saying. Just fucking saying. If they had put the 9 million they spent on the Online Safety Act into children's education, into making sure that children understood the dangers of the internet, the risks and all that jazz, then this wouldn't be a fucking problem. Because children will always find a way around it. The better thing to do is to educate them to make sure that they know what's going on. Right. Let's have a look, shall we, friends? About KID. We were going to talk about the clitoris, but instead we're going to fucking deep dive into who the fuck Twitch uses to do their ID. Because now I'm on a fucking mission. Because I'm angry. We're on a mission, say KID. We orchestrate age assurance based on local laws, risk profiles, and regulatory requirements to help companies answer a foundational question. How old are my users? Like it's any of their fucking business. In a way that is privacy preserving and globally compliant. Yeah. That age signal then powers age-aware and age-appropriate experiences, enabling platforms to adapt features, permissions, and safeguard for kids, teens, and families across markets. Why don't you make software for parents to be able to safeguard their kids instead of anything else. Oh, you are fucking shitting me. Mom, mission over me. Dad, distill and delight. Kid, keep innovating daily. Teen, trust excellence and are essential and nurtured. And LFG, let's fearlessly go. Oh God, it upsets me already. That would be taking responsibility for their population. How do you mean, Mayor Whitefire? I missed the context. I evidently steamrolled straight through whatever the fuck was going on. We are dedicated. So you can actually see what's going on. We are dedicated to protecting and empowering kids and teens as they play, learn, and grow up online. Not a bad thing. That is not a bad thing. How's it going, Greedy Smurfette? How you doing? Thanks for wanting me. Always. Always. We see our team as the entire company, not just domain, function, or the people that we work with. We value colleagues who prioritize team success over their individual recognition. Okay. What's this got to do with... Okay, maybe this is just like company stuff. All right. Collectively do something else. We make complex things simple. That's always risky. Strive for simplicity and elegance. Only release what delights the user and makes experience feel like magic. We earn the wow. Fills me with confidence already. Okay, they're problem solvers. Sure. Innovate new invitations. Cool. We do not fear failure. You should do. You have a lot of people's government IDs on your systems. Flexible and nimble. We exist because the trust we earn is maintained. We strive to be the most trusted partner for families, regulators, civil society, and industry. We earn trust through consistent integrity and honesty in both small and big things every day, unified through a growth mindset. Believe in, what was the last one? Believe in team excellence. Yeah, okay. What I want to know is, where are your policies? Where are documentation? Okay. Welcome to the Developer Hub. I don't really care about the Developer Hub. And what I'm interested in is age verification. Age verification is becoming increasingly important as new regulations require platforms to verify users' age before providing access. Do you know what I need to do? Before I do this, before I need to do this, I'm going to very quickly just change my title to Deep Diving KID. Because I'm feeling spiteful. You gotta earn that wow, friends. You gotta earn that wow. Fucking yeah, let's go. Government taking responsibility for safety of their population rather than outsourcing to data brokers. Yeah. Not only governments, websites. If Twitch, if YouTube, if Meta, if TikTok, if all of these people genuinely felt in their heart of hearts, the cold purple heart of the corporation of Twitch, if they genuinely felt the idea, like providing age verification, and if they felt it wasn't a loophole, a jump through the hoops project, if they genuinely felt that they needed to safeguard young people, they wouldn't be using third party. They would not be using third party companies. They would be doing it in-house, and they would be taking accountability for the confidential legal documentation that they expect people to fork over. But none of these companies do. And the reason why they don't, the only reason that I can work out as to why they don't do it, why they don't take responsibility for that, is because the fact that they know that eventually there's going to be a fuck up. Eventually, one of these places is going to get hacked, or they're going to sell all of their information on, or something's going to get leaked or something like that, and they don't want to have to deal with the ramifications of that. A corporation can just go, oh, well, that third-party company turned out to be not very thingy, so we're now using this third-party company instead. We've washed our hands of those people, but don't worry, we've got these people now, which are much better. No. If you genuinely believed in it, and you didn't think it was we need to jump through this hoop to keep governments happy, then you would bring it in-house. But they don't. But they fucking don't. Anyway, age verification becomes increasingly important as new regulations require platforms to verify user ages before providing access to certain features or content.
You little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow, you be with me. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but I do love your name. Providing access to certain features or content, KID's compliance development kit. It also makes me really like, and this is just a personal perception thing. It makes me a little bit unnerved that the company is called Kid, and I need to give Kid my ID in order to access people's genitalia on the internet. You know, that makes me feel a bit weird. Just associations in my own head. I get it. They're called Kid because they're protecting the kids. But in my brain, I'm like, I'm giving Kid my ID in order to look at naughty things. That makes me feel uncomfortable. Anyway, that's just my own association in my brain. Jurisdiction where age verification systems adapt to local legal requirements. This guide walks you through the implementing verification, just a few steps, allowing you to quickly meet regulatory requirements. I don't care about that. What I care about is what do you do with the information? To initiate age verification, blah, 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 blah. This is all coding stuff. Take a selfie, use your ID. Is this all... When you said documentation, I assumed KID that you meant... I don't want to do development kit. What I want is your... I want your policies. I am not logging into any of this. Sign into KID? No, I will not do that. Is there a way to ask a question anonymously? Do you mean like a sex education question, mini partner? On my, Nibirin has thrown it out there. There is a Ko-fi tier, which I think it's like £3. I think it's like £3 to ask me a sex education question in a more anonymous way. There's a privacy policy at the bottom of the page. Let's have a look. Copyright, all rights reserved. KID. Let's have a look. That's the developer hub. I don't want the developer hub. I want the thingies. Privacy policy. All right. Thank you very much. Well spotted. Well spotted. Let's go. Thanks for reading this privacy policy. We know legal documents can sometimes be confusing and full of jargon. Don't really care about that. What I want to know is what you do with this fucking information. And do you know what? I will first of all openly admit that I am being very, very prejudiced towards KID here, because I don't know whether they're a good company. I don't know whether they're a bad company. What I do know is that I disagree with the need for their existence, which is the reason why I am being potentially a little bit prejudiced. Clear, easy to read explanation of how we treat personal information when you interact with us. Note to residents in the United States with special privacy rights. Please see here for more information specific to you. Notes to residents of the Republic of Korea. Prefer the Korean language. Yep, sure, whatever. Provide a suite. Yeah. Privacy policy to help you understand how we collect, use, and share your information. Collectively, data processing. The definition of personal information. varies a bit on where you live, but generally refers to information that can be used to identify you as an individual. KID is a valid licensee and participating member of the Entertainment Software Rating Board's Privacy Certificate Program. To help protect your privacy, we have voluntarily undertaken this privacy initiative. As a licensee in this privacy certification program, we are subject to audits of our services and other enforcement, accountability, and mechanisms administered independently by the ESRB Privacy Certified. The technology behind our Family Connect portal and compliance studio has been reviewed and certified by ESRB Privacy Certified. If implemented correctly by our customers, our compliance studio and global compliance engine facilitate and compliance with the US Children's Online Privacy Protection Act and its implementing rules. This is a good thing. The fact that they get audited is a good thing. The fact that they have voluntarily put themselves forward to be regulated by an external body, generally speaking, is a good thing. I don't know who the fuck these people are. The ESRB Privacy Certified people. We'll have a look at them in a minute. Give me the short version. No. I want to know. So, our service is as defined below. It is designed to help our customers, which includes video game companies, social media platforms, and other online services, to deliver compliant and age-appropriate experiences to children and teenagers, generally referred to as minor users, while at the same time respecting user privacy. Very bold statement. For us to do that, depending on legal requirements where you live, we must receive your location, your age, and where needed, proof of your age or parental status. We need to know where you are, how old you are, and your government ID. Location information: if you engage with our services either through online services we support you, or through Family Connect, we receive your approximately city level location from your device's IP address. So if you use a VPN, that is superfluous. Okay. Age information: meanwhile, we receive age information through a variety of sources, including from you directly and through third party age signals. What does that mean? Any clues, anyone? What does third party age signals? That's so much information. That location, age, and proof of age, that is enough to dox anybody, to give out any of their information. In fact, to be honest with you, with the location and the proof of age, you can pretty much get past a lot of security questions when it comes to financial stuff. Third-party signals: credit cards, could be credit cards, which, again, out of the two, out of giving over a government ID, a scan of my face, or my age and location, I would prefer to give over a credit card to prove that I'm over the age of 18. You know, literally everything we are told not to give away over the internet when we're growing up. Yep, that's a really fucking good point, Mayor Whitefire. All of the stuff that you were always told to never ever put on the internet, they're like, just put it on the internet for us. We partner with third-party proof. We partner with third-party providers listed. Those such as listed as security AV sub-processors, to offer multiple options for you to provide your proof of age and or parent guardian status, depending on the law of where you live. So let me get this right. And correct me if I'm wrong, friends. Correct me if I'm wrong. Very important that I need to know whether I'm just misreading this, okay? Twitch are using a third-party company, Twitch and Discord, because Discord are also using this company. They are using a third-party company to do their age verification. The third-party company is also using a third-party company to actually do the proof of ID checks. So KID is a third-party company for a fourth-party company. From what I can see, that's how it looks to me. based on this information, KID does not store the information that you provide to prove your age and or parent guardian status. We saw all the results of the validation process, whether you passed or failed, in the age facial estimation technology provided by privately. The facial image you provided processed solely on your device, so they don't get the scan of your face, but they do get the confirmation whether it's passed or failed. Is that one using a fifth party by chance? Good question. We'll find out. We'll find out. Within our Family Connect, parents and legal guardians can add and manage family members. Blah, 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 don't give a shit about that. Importantly, we do not sell your or your child's data to anyone. This is a good statement to have. Nor do we share child's data with any third-party advertisers, which is, again, a legal requirement. We make our money through our paid partnerships with our customers, game developers, social media platforms, etc., not by selling or advertising with children's data. That's a good statement to have, but legally they have to have that anyway, because in the vast majority of the Western world, at the very least, it is completely illegal to use children's data to sell to as a marketing tool for advertising. Importantly, we do not sell your or your child's data to anyone. But they don't sell it to anyone. But they only say we do not share your child's data with third-party advertisers. So they might share your own data with third-party advertisers. That is very, very specific wording. If it said, importantly, we do not sell you or your child's data to anyone, nor do we share you or your child's data to any third-party advertisers, I'd be like, cool. But it's like, we don't sell your data, but we might share it. No, if you're under the age of 18, we won't share it, but we might share it. They don't share the data of people under the age of 18. Yeah. Brokers can sell to other advertisers. Yeah, so they might share your data to a broker, and then the broker can sell that data on. And the broker might purchase a different service from KID, and the sharing of the data is just part of the business relationship, but not actually part of the financial relationship. This is how, I know it sounds really fucking paranoid, but this is how, like, big corporate companies get around things. Because, like, well, we didn't sell your data. We shared that data with these people. But they sold it on, and that's nothing to do with us. Like, we upheld our legal bargain as per contracts. Scope and updates to this privacy policy. Personal information we collect. How we use your personal information. We can have a look at this. Children's information. How we share your personal information. Privacy choices and rights. Let's go to how we share your personal information. We disclose your personal information to third-party companies for a variety of business purposes, including to support our services, to protect us or others, or in the event of a major business transaction, such as a merger, sale, or asset transfer, as described below. Category of third party. So service providers, we may share your personal information with our third-party service providers and its vendors that assist us with the provisions of our services. So when they are giving your data over to the fourth party to verify whether that data is accurate or not. This includes service providers and vendors that provide us with IT support, hosting, and identity verification, age assurance, payment processing, customer services, and customer service and related services. List of KID sub-processor. We're going to go into the sub-processing in a bit. We do not store or share any of the personal information used to verify your identity with our customers. However, we share some information with our customers, such as the fact that you have been authenticated and the permission a parent has to set for the products or services available for their child. Yeah, okay, that's cool. And it's one of those things where I'm read that and I'm like, I can see why you've put that in there, because you need to let people know that you are giving that information over there. But I also see that can be heavily abused so fucking quickly. We may share your personal information with our company affiliates, including our US subsidiaries. I mean, I just don't trust this. Especially with some of the policies that have been going on in America at the moment. But anyway, for administration purposes, IT management, and for them to provide services to you or support and supplement the service we provide. APIs, SDKs, we may use third-party application processes, program interfaces, and software development kits as part of the functionality of our services. If you have any additional questions about the use of our third-party APIs, SDKs, please contact us. I might well do that. We may access, preserve, and disclose any information that we store associated with you to external parties if we, in good faith, believe that doing so is required or appropriate to comply with the law enforcement, national security requests, and legal processes such as a court order or subpoena, protect our, or others' rights, property, or safety, enforce our policies or contracts, collect amounts owed to us, or assist with an investigation or prosecution of suspect or actual illegal activities. What this means, friends, like, that needs to be there, okay? And on the positive side of things, that disclosure there, that information there, is like saying, hey, if we can see that you are getting into drug dealing or bomb making, or you're interested in indecent images of children, we have the right to share that information with law enforcement to be like, hey, this person is doing stuff that's illegal. You should look into them. You know? Which, on the surface, is a good thing. The bad side of this is if, for example, taking a completely hypothetical situation, but if, for example, America decide to make being transgender illegal, the American government may approach KID and be like, hey, give us all of the information that you have about anyone who's used your systems in order to access gender identity like operations and or medication. This statement says that they will give that information over. For them to disclose information doesn't mean they're monitoring you. Their wording, from what I've seen so far, is they will not keep your legal ID. They won't keep any confidential information about you. They will keep information as to whether you passed or failed that information. So they will keep your name, and they will keep the information of, yes, that person is good, or no, that person is not. Yes, that person is over the age of 18, or no, that person is not over the age of 18. They haven't said about whether they track what sites you access with that, where that information is. So, like, does it say every single time I get that verification from Twitch, does that mean that they constantly access and keep a log of where I visit on Twitch? I haven't seen anything yet that says that they don't. Saying advertisers is too specific. There are other people that you could sell data to. This condition is only rock solid if they say we do not share or sell data to non-affiliated third parties. Yes, that is very, very true, Mayor Wi-Fi. Seems like they are putting layers between them and where potential breaches may occur so they can say it wasn't them. Basically, yes. But that's exactly what Twitch are doing. Twitch, the reason why Twitch and every social media company employ these third-party companies in order to do all their ID stuff is so that when something goes wrong, which it will, because they always do, when something does go wrong, they'll be able to put the distance and be like, yeah, it wasn't us. It was somebody else. They can take the blame and we can just get off scot-free with no responsibility, no accountability. You know? I'd feel happier if the US didn't have a one-way extradition treaty with the UK. Yep, I can fully understand that. Absolutely. Surely the only information this company should have is the ID related to how that would be useful for law enforcement. They would have to be actively monitoring what I'm doing to know that what I'm doing is something that needs reporting. No. I mean, there is a chance that this is just a catch-all in case they ever need to give what information. Like, it might be a thing of turning around and saying, look, we need to, if law enforcement turn around to us and say that they need information, then we need to give them to it legally. Like, that's a legal requirement, and this is a clause in our contract to say that we are going to be able to do that. Now, if they turn around and say, hey, we need all the information on Valen Vane, and all they can give is the fact that my name is Valen Vane and the fact that I am over the age of 18, then they have technically complied with it, because that's all the information they have on me. But the fact that there is some really specific wording, like the fact that earlier on it said about earlier on it says about we do not share any child's data with third-party advertisers, makes me think that they will keep certain data. They said that they do not store the information that you prove on your age and or parent guardian status. So they do not store your government ID, your facial scans, your age and location. All they get is whether you pass or failed. That doesn't mean that they don't track the websites that you access. That doesn't mean that they won't give that information of the actual websites that you've accessed to anybody that needs it. You know? How's it going, J-Rex? How you doing? And Jamjar, welcome on in. How you doing? Just be aware, friends, I'm on a fucking rampage at the moment. I was going to be talking about the article to do with clitorises and the mapping of the nerve endings with clitorises. But we ended up... Well, I ended up getting real aggro about the fact that Twitch are demanding age verification midstream for people that are here. Because how dare I talk about science to do with naughty parts of the anatomy? You know what I mean? So I put on I put on sexual themed content tag to be like, hey, we're going to be talking about the clitoris. And certain people in midstream got a pop-up being like, you need to verify your age. So I immediately took it off and was like, fuck that noise. We're going to deep dive into the people that Twitch are using for their age verification. Because I got real angry. Because my overall view for those people that have just joined us, my overall view is, if a company genuinely believes in age verification to protect children, then they should do it in-house. They should put their money where their mouth is, get a department to do it in-house, so that if anything goes wrong, they have to take accountability for it. That is my view. That is, if a corporation genuinely believes in age verification to protect children, then they do it in-house. The fact that they do third-party companies, which we're now finding out is actually a fourth-party company, is like, Twitch is punishing people for discussing adult topics. Yes. Yeah, basically, yeah. Working in the IDV space myself, my thoughts on this are to be able to operate with the UK people, for example, they need to be fully affiliated and supervised by relevant bodies, i.e. the ESRB in this case. They need to say a lot of this legally. Also, keep reading. They specify about advertising. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't deny that. I think that there's an awful lot of the stuff that's in here that will be legal requirements. It's like, this is legal requirements that we have to put into our policy for legal reasons. But it doesn't fill me with confidence, if that makes sense. Yeah, we went through this. Went through all this. Your privacy choices and rights. If you receive unwanted email from us, you can unsubscribe, blah, blah, blah. Do not track. Note that we do not engage in any targeted advertising or data sales. However, we are required by law to include the following disclosure. Do not track is a privacy preference that... Oh, yeah. That's interesting, though. That is interesting. That in this bit, they've stated that they do not track anybody ever, but for legal reasons, they have to include this information. But they haven't done that on other bits. If that makes sense. They also need to comply with GDPR and UK equivalent, which is all triggering massive fines if they break it. Yeah, but this is where the third party, fourth party stuff comes in. And also the fact that the UK is potentially going to be moving away from GDPR and all that jazz because of, you know, desperately trying to sever all ties with Europe and stuff like that. I find it interesting that that is there. Maybe I'm looking too much into it. Maybe I'm looking too much into it. But I find it interesting that it states here that it's like we are required by law to include the following disclosure. But with other stuff, they haven't done that. You know? Happy rampaging? I'm having a right little rampage. It's great. If I say something on social media which is pro-trans and that is stored in US-based servers, then that would make me an international terrorist under current US law, therefore technically extraditable. That's wild, Max. That is wild. I never really thought about it though, but that, yeah. That's fucking madness. Instead, we're talking about different types of cunts. Exactly, it's true. It's true. Twitch clit-locked people. Yeah, and I wasn't having any of it. I wasn't having any of it. So Twitch is punishing people discussing our topics, basically, yeah. Shit, isn't it? That this channel is the very reason that I have learned and grown as a person through discussing these topics. And the thing is, Lunicorn, it's not like I'm shy in saying that this is an 18+ channel. It's in the Twitch channel rule. It's in the channel rules of the channel. It's in my every single title that I have. It is in every single one of those. It is in my bio. It's in my description. It's the fact that I literally talk about the fact that I am a sex educator. In some of their policies, they talk about the fact that talking about sex is perfectly fine. Or talking about sex from an educational point of view is perfectly fine. And yet I got slapped on the wrist for educating people about sex. I got a warning from Twitch saying, hey, you were talking about adult topics without having the sexual themes on there. And I'm like, yeah, but we're talking about it from an educational point of view. It's not like I'm talking about, right, okay, guys, I'm going to read some smut for you now. Let's put the sexual content theme on. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, no, I'm going to educate people on shit. Because that's what we fucking do here. You know? And I want to reiterate that I do love Twitch as a platform. I genuinely do love Twitch as a platform. And a lot of the people that I have met that work for Twitch are wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people. Like, genuinely. But this shit fucks me off. Do you know what I mean? This shit fucks me off because it's like you as an adult are being punished for the fact that some people, very few people, but some people in the world are not good at parenting their own kids. It's not our fucking responsibility. Stevie Ray Doran, how you doing, you beautiful being? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I came in expecting it to be more about Discord shenanigans, but to know that it's just more of the same from Twitch. Age verification services are all terrifying. Yeah, they really are. What's the name of this law? I'd like to look it up. Many laws combined. Thank you very much for giving that information. You cannot control if someone lies online about their age. No. And there's currently a law in place to make sure that Twitch, that social media generally are not held accountable for shit like that. Is that always a good thing? No, because it does mean that other shit happens online that they should be held accountable for that they're not. But generally speaking, it's a good thing to make sure that social media platforms are not held accountable for extremist views, for example. You know? Exactly, you're absolutely clear and open book about who you are and what you're doing. It's a very professional manner with few shenanigans. Yeah, not wrong with shenanigans. But like, we're very, very clear. Like we literally have a perfect example of the fact that somebody came in 5 years ago as a 13-year-old, and we were like, hey, you're 13, you can't be here. We're going to have to ban you. But if you want to come back when you're 18 years old, you're welcome to do so. And they came back when they were 18 years old, and they sent us a fucking message, and they were like, hey, I've just turned 18. Is it all right if I come back? And we're like, yeah, absolutely. Allow me to educate you. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? So, in accordance with applicable laws, you have the right to obtain access, possibly, or and portability of your personal information, including confirming whether we are processing your personal information, obtaining access to a copy of your personal information, and or receiving an electronic copy of the personal information you have provided to us, or asking us to send that information to another company in a structured, commonly used and machine readable format. That's the right date, probably. It'd be really interesting in like a year's time, if somebody's ever been through this, it'd be really interesting to see what information, like if somebody who has already been through it, that is happy to go through the process with KID, with giving their information over, for them to then request access on what information KID are keeping, that would be genuinely interesting. I won't do it, because fuck that noise. Twitch, and this is something else that annoys me about this situation. Like, genuinely annoys me about the situation. All right? If you are a person on Twitch that has streamed and received at least one payment from Twitch, then Twitch has all of the information they need to guarantee that you are over the age of 18. Because legally, in the United States of America, you have to be over the age of 18, as I understand it, to get paid from Twitch. So they already have this information. They already can confirm whether you as a person are of legal age to be able to access this information. So every single person here who is a streamer that has ever been paid by Twitch, or even gone through the payment verification process, Twitch you should have no need to verify your ID. Do you know what I mean? You should have no need. Why? Do you know what I mean? It's so fucking stupid. Makes me unreasonably sad every single time I am reminded that the internet is punishing people because no government has come up with a better procedure that doesn't come across dodgy. Yeah, do it yourself or we'll upset. Yeah. I did stream and I have 1 subscriber, so I'm good, I think. Well, this is the thing. If you have been through the payment processing, if you have done a stream and you have signed up to the monetization agreement as per Twitch's policy, you have had income of bits and or subscriptions, and more specifically, you have filled out the fucking paperwork to say, these are the details for you to pay me. Whether that be you haven't met your threshold yet and therefore you can't be paid, but you've still filled in the paperwork, then Twitch should have no need at all to age verify you at all. There should be no requirement for that at all, because they have that information legally. They have that information. Yeah, but you see, Valen, what if someone accesses who's not 18? What if people are careless? Then it's not their fucking problem. If that happened, say theoretically speaking that happened, say somebody went on my profile, a child for some reason accessed my Twitch profile and decided to watch let's take a stereotype. They decided to watch the Pools, Hot Tubs and Beaches channel and was watching one of the performers, one of the streamers on there who was wearing a bikini, for example. You know, I'm taking that as an example because that is what a lot of people fear. Do you know what I mean?
Flee!
Oh my lordy, ladies and gentlemen, all gents outside between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people going in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage of Crow Alternative, the bloody outrage of Crow Alternative coming in here with your cockles. Your Crow, his cranion, the Corvidae cult descends upon you. Oh my lordy. Okay, that's all right. I genuinely misread cranion as a crouton then, and I was like, Crow, his crouton, the Corvidae cult. But why is there a crouton in the Crow Union? No, it was one word. It says crunion. It says crunion. Okay, it was one word. The Crunion never dies. Only Crunion here, friends. I'm a very putagious person, I'll have you know. Is that right? Putagious. Is that? Yeah. Is that right? Well, I missed what you were doing. What were you doing? Doing some Stanley Parable? Fucking great game. Great game. I don't know whether you keep your VODs though. Just be aware that I had a copyright claim on my Stanley Parable VOD years and years ago because somebody had taken one of the songs from Stanley Parable and remixed it into their own mix of songs, and they claimed copyright on my shit. So just be aware that if you do put your VODs on like YouTube or what have you, that's a possibility. That was quite an interesting couple of days, you know. People from my stream, go check out Crow. Crow is wonderful and glorious. I've had many a good shenanigan with Crow Alternative. Many a good shenanigan has occurred. The last time I saw them, they were dressed head to foot in Greggs, which is hilarious because the day after I saw them, I went and got a Greggs. Maybe I was influenced. Perhaps I was influenced. I went and got a Greggs and then walked through the streets of Cardiff where I was accosted by a seagull, and in the process of being accosted ended up headbutting the seagull out of sheer self-defense because it was after my cheeky little pizza. Little fuck. People, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, and this is really fucking important because we're talking about fucking ID verification shit today. If you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. But I'm a colossal filth wizard. We talk about sex all the time. And today we were meant to be talking about, I pulled up an article that was all about finally they have mapped the nervous system of the clitoris. And we were going to do a bit of a deep dive into that because I'm a sex educator. So we were going to go right deep dive into that. But then as I went into going in to do that, loads of people in the community were like, I've just had the age verification thing pop up midstream. And I got so angry about it. I got so angry about this whole dynamic of the fact that Twitch are like, hey, you're not allowed to be educated about sex unless you're over the age of 18, despite the fact that pretty much everyone I knew had their first sexual experience at around the age of 14. Despite that fact, no one needs education about sex until they're over the age of 18, right? Anyway, I got so angry about it that I am now deep diving Twitch's photo ID company. So the company that Twitch are using to do their age verification, I'm now deep diving into them. So far, we've found a couple of things that are kind of like expected, just stuff that they have to legally put into their policies and stuff like that. However, a couple of things that I do find a little unnerving. One, it states, let me find it so that I can show you. Let me find it so I can show you, you know? The privacy policy. There we go. Importantly, we do not sell your or your child's data to anyone. nor do we share your child's data with any third-party advertisers, which means that they do share our data with third-party advertisers. Like, that is very specific wording. That bit unnerves me. They did say that they do not keep any, they don't store information that you provide to your age under our parent guardian status. All we store is the results of the validation, whether it's a pass or a fail, which is a good thing. But they also have stated that, I can't remember where it is now, but somewhere in here, they have stated that they don't actually do the ID verification themselves. Where is it? There was a link. There we go. Proof. When they do a proof of ID, so when you are giving your driver's license and or passport, they partner with third-party providers that are listed. And we're going to look into that list in a second. But it's a little bit confusing that Twitch are using a third party to verify IDs, and the third party are using a fourth party to verify IDs. So we're having a bit of a ride here, friends. We're having a bit of a ride. Where was I? I started with, there we go, down to 5. But yeah, if any of you need to disappear off, or this is just boring as shit to you, then I fully understand. Please go and do what you need to do. Look after yourselves. Go find something that's a bit more lighthearted. That's all cool. That's not a problem. I appreciate you being here. And Crow, once again, thank you so much for the raid, you beautiful individual. If you want to hang around, you're obviously more than welcome. But if you need to go grab a snaffly treat or what have you, please go do so. Please look after yourself. Do what you need to do, right? Everything is better with croutons, as far as I'm concerned, apart from bed. There's nothing worse than crumbs in the bed. Nothing worse than crumbs in the bed. God damn it, right? We could say with a Croviat Crunian. That's the one. Morte Main. Morto Manamia. Or Manama. Morte Manama. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Counter-strike them. Yeah, well, that was what happened. So basically, the seagull flew down, and as I was raising the pizza to my face, and went for the snap, and I went, what the fuck is that? And preemptive, like just out of sheer spontaneity, went for the Glasgow kiss. Do you know what I mean? The end is never the end is never the end. It's true Anatomy of Zydrate. Absolutely. I haven't had my Fallout VODs shot yet. Yeah, that's surprising. That's genuinely surprising, Crow. But yeah, it's the whole thing. You can see me dressed in less another time, you naughty boy. I will hold you to that and then hold myself against you, Crow. Also, I may or may not be covered in jelly. Definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility for sure, right? Headbutting a seagull is legendary. It wasn't on purpose. I am not an abuser of animals. But it just shocked me, and I just went for it. Do you know what I mean? Had a fish stolen from me by a Scottish seagull. They are big fucking bastards for sure. And after he knows a seagull, thanks, Jam, thanks. That happens, doesn't it? Right?
Yeah, you subscribe.
Hope wit, you cheeky little devil.
7 months. Wow, I have been here that long.
You have? You have indeed. And also being a paid subscriber, meaning that you take us that one step closer to the 70-30 split, you exquisite individual. I really appreciate that. I shall now inscribe your name on the mirror vein. By having your name on the mirror vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all those sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But god damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, me. Yeah, you know. You know, you cheeky devil, you. Do you know what I'm going to do before I jump back into there? I'm going to just quickly grab this, drop it down here. Ooh, that's not going to work. Bow me. I'll put it over here, and then I'll do these. Cool. And then I grab this, pull this here, and pull this there. Sweet. Sweet beans. Okay. Back to it. Valen, may I interrupt you briefly to say something, please? Absolutely, Iluana. Absolutely. Because I really need to. I followed you a few years ago, and then life happened, and I unfollowed all of my favorites, including you. And I'm very sorry about that. Because today I came back to your stream. I thought I recognized the name. And it was like coming home and feeling welcome. I didn't realize how much I missed it. Thank you for that. And still being here. Trying my best English. Thank you for reading. Iluana, you beautiful individual. Whatever the situation was that took you away from us, whatever the situation was that meant that you had to step away from Twitch, you had to step away from the streams that you enjoyed, that is entirely fair. Life happens, friend. Life happens, and sometimes you got to step away from fucking everything you love just to have a bit of space, to reset your brain, reset your mental state. Do you know what I mean? I will never ever hold it against you for having time away. I'll never do that. That's just not a thing that I'm gonna do. You do whatever you need to do that is right for your fucking life. All right? And whenever you come back, we will be ready for it. Here with open arms. Do you know what I mean? But thank you very much for saying that. I genuinely appreciate you saying it. But don't worry. Fear ye not. You're back now, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters. All right? Have that happened on Crow Stream multiple times? Yeah, I hate it. So basically, because of the fact that it was like either talk about the mapping of the clitoris from an educational point of view, and therefore not one that should be problematic in regards to age verification, but was anyway, apparently. Either I do that, or I get really angry about people having to do it in the first place. Because my overall view, for all those new people that have just joined us, my overall view is that we as grown adults shouldn't be punished for a very small minority of parents not parenting properly. And it is a small minority of parents, you know? Age verification is just the USA government trying to get private data about users outside of the UI through their PCs. Sven, not just America. It definitely started in the UK. The Online Safety Act here in the UK is definitely where it all began. And every other country, especially in the Western world, but every other country went, ooh, let's just keep an eye on them, shall we? Oh no, there we go. Let's just keep an eye. Keep an eye. We'll see how that goes. Oh, look, it's not doing too badly. Not doing too badly in the UK. I mean, sales of VPNs have gone through the roof, but there's still a lot of people that are giving their information over freely. Maybe we could do that ourselves. Just like that. Just like that. Why is that not showing up? There we go. I need to redo all of my alerts. Anyway, there you go, Jam Jar. I wasn't sure why it wasn't working then, but it's now working. It's now working. No idea where that's gone, but that's fine. That's not a problem. Anyway, where were we? I still find it stupid that most content is 18 plus, but the age of consent is still 16 for some reason. I think, to be honest with you, Crow, the reason why the age of consent is 16, at least in the United Kingdom, is because at the end of the day, when teenagers have the hormones flowing through their system and they learn about sex and all of their impulses are coming in and all the things are happening, like I remember what it was like being a teenager. There wasn't anything for love nor fucking money that would have stopped me from having sex with other consenting people. Do you know what I mean? So I genuinely believe that the reason why the age of consent in the United Kingdom, excuse me, itchy nose, is 16 is so that other 16-year-olds can have sex with other 16-year-olds. Like 16-year-olds can have sex with each other. and it not and not be sent to fucking juvie for it. Do you know what I mean? I genuinely think that's the scenario. Because if they arrested every 16-year-old that had sex, do you know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like, fuck's sake, right? We'll have a grooming law in there for anybody who's over the age of 18 who's having sex with a 16-year-old. So, you know, like, do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. What if the fourth party use the fifth party and so on? Do they loop back to the first company eventually? I've actually genuinely got no idea, to be honest with you, Shade and Sunshine. It may be the scenario, for sure. This is so interesting, but if I stay here, I'm going to end up burning down Parliament. I mean, I can understand it, Sam. Absolutely. And if you need to disappear off, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. All right? Absolutely. The Marvelous Mystery? Absolutely, Razor. How you doing? How's it going? What about Australia? Didn't Actions get their promote the UK, or did I get the order wrong? So there were some separate things in Australia, but as I understand it, no, it wasn't Australia that pushed the UK shit. It was statements made by children when they asked. As I understand it, the Online Safety Act is, first of all, a way that the UK government can gather shitloads of data and control people. It doesn't work. We have tested the boundaries of it multiple times for educational purposes. I'm not saying that people should do it. I'm saying that from an educational point of view, for me as a sex educator, I've seen how far the boundaries have gone.
Asticon is being far too kind.
Asticon. You beautiful being, thank you so much. Can I get a shout? Can I get a shout out? But can I also get some egos in chat? Say a massive thank you to Asticon. Asticon, that's so fucking kind of you, friend. Thank you so much. God damn it, you cheeky little devil. Yeah, I think the Online Safety Act came about because they wanted to collect people's data more than anything else, and I will say that backfired horribly on account of the fact that when people go check out Asticon. Asticon's a wonderful person, wonderful friend of ours. When they rolled out the Online Safety Act, UK IDs on the dark web, when sales went up 400%. I do not access the dark web myself, but from a reliable source, I was informed that sales of United Kingdom IDs, identifications, passports and driver's licenses, sales of those things on the dark web went up 400% in the first month of the Online Safety Act. Because all of these companies started using third parties, and the third parties were happily either selling and or getting hacked. And all of that information just got straight over onto the thing. You will probably find in about... How long has it been going on now? Nearly a year? I would say in the next 6 to 8 months, there will be some major ID fraud cases that happen in the UK because of the sales of those things. I mean, seeing that my UK data has leaked, I'm no longer in the UK though. If there's a way to get some description of fucking compensation or safeguarding about that, I would look for it, Sven. Absolutely. Absolutely. Being a pedant at the moment for dark web is anything that isn't publicly accessible, which includes plenty of boring stuff like corporate systems, private forums, and so on and so forth. Yeah. I was also very clear that it wasn't the deep web, it was the dark web. I know the difference between the two. The alert should be over my face. Thanks, mini partner. Thanks. I think it started as part of a Aussie do-gooder. No, so there was a different thing that happened with Australia and them lobbying the Australian government about under 16s not having social media, which I believe has passed in Australia, and they're trying to do the same thing in the UK, which I have mixed feelings about, because I think in this day and age of social media, it's really important to learn the dangers and the way that social media works and the way that social media influences life and business and stuff like that. But I also massively see the major downside to like the cyberbullying and the influence that thing is, I mean, fucking hell, some child toy company brought out a wooden influencer kit for toddlers, so that toddlers could like vlog themselves and shit like that. And it's just like that's really fucked. That's really fucked. I, as a fully grown 38-year-old adult, have chosen this life for me as a profession, but it is massively different to like a 16-year-old getting on and trying to stream Minecraft. Do you know what I mean? Sherry Kern, hello, you beautiful bean. How you doing? How's it going? I just wanted to say, back when everyone was talking shit about me for being a BDSM educator, they complained that I was endangering children by existing and having my stream set to 18+, and that I should care about protecting the children by essentially not existing, trying to cancel me, etc. Yep, yeah, I remember a lot of this. Now the same people are upset that they are expected to protect children by giving their ID. Hypocrites, but none of this having to do with the children. It's all about control and selling data for AI. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say selling data for AI, because I think AI is definitely a threat in that, but I think it's more down to governments wanting to know what all of their citizens are doing at all times. It's 1984. The book 1984. It's all about surveillance and control and watching people all the fucking time. We want to know everything that you do ever. Why? Why do you want to know that? And then you get people that turn around and go, well, if you don't do anything wrong, then it's not a problem. And it's like, yeah, but homosexuality was once illegal. There's no guarantee that it won't be illegal again in the future. What happens then? Major surveillance state. What happens if it goes the full other way and it turns out that heterosexuality becomes illegal? Then what happens? Then all of the heterosexual cis people that are very comfortable in their little perfect picket fence houses with their 2.5 children will be real fucked. Do not trust the government to always have your best interests at heart, because they will never do that at all. I'm going to sneeze. There it is. There it is. Looks like UK tried this initially in 2017 and dropped it, but maybe... Oh, yeah. So the Online Safety Act originally rolled out in 2023. So I think it was proposed a bit earlier than that, but the first iteration of the Online Safety Act rolled out in 2023, and then they revised it in 2025 to basically become a surveillance tool, effectively. Funnily enough, this trend with the age verification actually started because of Roblox. That doesn't surprise me at all, because Roblox was awful. Absolutely awful. I know a fair amount of all the shit that was going on in Roblox, but that is absolutely awful. I always found it very, very interesting as well with Discord. It's the fact that they were like, oh, we need to ID everybody. Everyone's going to get set as 13+, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, why don't you, deal with the predatory servers on your system before you start IDing everybody? Because there are literally, there are YouTube videos galore of investigative YouTubers who have gone into, who have deep dived some of the more morally questionable / predative Discord servers out there. And Discord don't do anything about it. They don't give a shit. They do not give a shit. It's been reported multiple fucking times. They don't give a shit. News Paston isn't really working. The kids on day one sent messages 2 p.m. showing you it did nothing initially. Midgard, that doesn't surprise me at all. The way that the kids, as in the youth of today, got around all of the ID stuff in the UK was AI. They used AI to make fake IDs of local politicians so that they could access porn websites. I seem to remember that Prime Minister Keir Starmer was signed up to something like 400 different porn sites in a week because so many people made AI fake IDs of him and then used that as like an ID verification to get around all of the Online Safety Act. I'm not saying that people should do it. I'm saying that that's what people did. You know? Stalker capitalism is truly the nadir of society. And so social media is the bulbous ballsack of it. To a degree, I think this is the thing, though. I think there is so much positivity that can come from these things. It's just that corporate people won't allow it. If genuinely, if you took social media, like, let me take the toxic social. Fucking, let me go over here for a minute. Let me take the toxic social media platform that is Facebook. I fucking hate Facebook. I am on it because a lot of my business comes from Facebook. A lot of the stuff that I do in regards to like my online, my cabaret work and stuff like that comes from Facebook. Which is shit, but it is what it is. I hate it as a platform because I find it horrifically toxic. They've also been under investigation for a hell of a lot of fucking things, including publicizing negative stuff. They actively push negative news and controversial news all the fucking time. And there is a reason for that. And the reason is that a human being, the average human being in society, is 3 times more likely to engage with content that they don't like than they are with content that they do like. They are much more likely to comment, to interact, to do an angry face emoji, than they are to like something that they actually genuinely think is wholesome and beautiful. As a result, because these big corporations only give a shit about the clicks, they push it. They push more and more and more of it. Which means that more and more people just see horrific shit in the world. Whereas if the algorithm worked positively, if they program the algorithm to be like, do you know what? If it's wholesome, it's going to get pushed more. I feel like a lot of people would, like, mental health overall would go up. It would be better for a lot of people. I think that the abilities around social media are fantastic and fascinating. But I see how it's being horrifically abused by corporate agendas. Corporate agendas and extremist views, whether that be extremist social views, extremist political views, etc., etc. You know, governments using this as an excuse to spy on other countries and their own. I think they're more interested in their own people, to be honest with you. I genuinely think they're more interested in their own people. Usually. The fact that I feel the need to hide anything is part of the issue. Yeah. Oh God, yeah. I wouldn't trust my fucking government as far as I could throw them. Jesus Christ, no. Even if, like, the political party that I vote for, like, there is a party in the United Kingdom called the Green Party, which I don't fully agree with, but they are the best of a bad bunch. Do you know what I mean? They are definitely the way out there lead runners in regards to being decent human beings. Even if they were in power, I wouldn't be happy about sharing all of my fucking ID on the internet. I just wouldn't. I'm not okay with that. Do you know what I mean? I agree with that too, but the thing is that they already do. They have for a long time, but botnets versus the amount of humans is the new issue. They can't train AI off of other AI. It degrades, and AI seeing ads won't do anything. They want it in front of humans. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not denying any of that by any stretch of imagination, Sherry, by any stretch of imagination. But I think that the AI influence is secondary to the control and data gathering influence. That's my personal opinion. You know? Not a fan of the if you do nothing wrong, it won't hurt you until the bar moves and you are in the wrong. Exactly. There are a variety of countries in the world where my existence is illegal. And I'm a cisgender white man. Do you know what I mean? I'm a cisgender white man. I was born with all of the privilege that society can possibly give a human being. And there are still countries in the world where my existence is illegal. 2017 it started, dropped in 2019, then tried again in 2023. They evidently passed something in 2023 because that's where it's the Online Safety Act 2023 that is the foundation of what we now know as the Online Safety Act. Discord did not give a shit because they have become publicly traded. Yep. And they also don't give a shit about hackers either, which I found really, really interesting. Recently, a friend of mine had their entire profile and Discord hacked, and they've had to start everything again from scratch. It's been an ordeal, but there's no way to report hackers. All you can do is report somebody impersonating you. There's no way to report that you have been hacked or that these people are the people that are hacking you or anything like that. Age gating will protect children. Yeah, of course it will. Of course it will. Yeah, it protected me. Age gating before the internet protected me. I definitely didn't find illicit magazines in bushes. Heaven forfend. As someone that works in tech, truly this is legitimately the worst way to go about government surveillance. If it was about government stalking only, then the government would be the only gatekeepers. The OSA's main aim at the moment, I believe, is about shaming people to prevent them from accessing anything of an adult nature at all. Out of interest, Astacon, why do you think that is? Like, based on you and your experience, why do you think that they want to shame people away from adult nature content? I know when I tried to get my Instagram accounts back, I had to provide the stupid face thing. I had no idea it was tied to Palantir or Persona and all of that, but it is. Yeah. There's a whole lot. I don't really want to get into the conversation around AI at the moment, but you are right, it is. And a lot of is it Palantir that's tied to ICE in America and stuff like that? Yeah, I don't want to get into like all the politics too much, because I'm deep diving this shit, but yeah, it's really fucked. Really fucked. Don't like them having it, but in order to work, I have to be super ID'd and fingerprinted, but other people shouldn't have to if they don't work in that. Yep. They were trying to roll out digital ID in the UK, and that has, thank fuck, been backbenched for an indefinite amount of time now. But yeah, they were trying to get it so that every UK citizen got digital ID, and they would have to have it in order. They were like, you don't have to have it, but in order to get a bank account, in order to work in the UK, in order to do anything within the UK, you would need a digital ID. How's it going, Greta? How you doing? And just got back from watching Project Hail Mary. What topics are we debating this evening? It started as I wanted to look at the article around them mapping the clitoris. They've finally done a full nervous system map of the clitoris. And I really wanted to get into that article, but because of the fact that it midstream started age verifying people because I said the word clitoris, I got really angry, and now we're deep diving KID. Facebook's only goal is to keep as many eyeballs on their apps and websites as possible so they can put adverts in front of them and charge a fortune. The adverts on all social media have got awful recently. In the past, year. It's disgusting. I will see 2 adverts for every social media post on Facebook, which is one of the reasons why I don't use it. FUD is more effective at keeping eyeballs glued to them than cute fluffy things. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Which is why it's immoral. Always vote green, but to be honest, I don't care about politics. I think I would care about politics, Mini Partner. My perception is that everybody should care about politics, because politics literally is to do with everything that you will ever see in your entire life, ever. A friend of mine runs a photography shop that develops real film, full-on old school camera film, dark room, all that jazz. That's his whole life. Because of politics and things that are happening in the world, he's had to up his price 7% at the beginning of January, 14% at the end of February, an extra 14% at the end of February, and an extra 14% by the end of by the middle of April, because of politics. Politics affects everything. And I feel like everybody should have, at the very least, a passing interest in it, just so that they know like where they're at. Because the reason why I'm quite keen on that, and I'm not going to get into like political parties or any of that shit, because that's not important, not at the moment anyway, is the fact that once upon a time in the United Kingdom we had a two-party system. So we had the Conservatives, who are money greedy bastards who care about the top 1% and generally scum of the earth. Well, let me be more specific. Generally, it used to be like a two-party system, and in wide variety of things, to generalize the entire scenario, you would have the Conservatives that were like on the right, and then you would have the Labour who was on the left. So right-wing government was Conservative and Labour was left-wing, and that was the way it was for years and years and years and years, decades and pretty much since the beginning of Parliament. Effectively, it was Labour versus Conservative, and other parties existed. Other parties managed to get seats. Other parties managed to get involved, and it was. But overall, it was like two-party system. Generally, you know what I mean? Now, in the year of Great Cthulhu 2026, the Conservative government are significantly, I wouldn't say far right, but I would say significantly right wing. And the Labour government are centre right wing. So the two-party system is now a bit of right wing or loads of right wing. Right wing. Those are your options. Which is now why a lot of people are like voting for Green and stuff like that. So just because a political party at one stage agreed with, like, was stood for what you believe in, doesn't mean that they always will. Doesn't mean that they always will. So it's important to, I fully understand when people are like, I don't have an interest in politics. I think a lot of the reason why people don't have an interest in politics is because they find it very overwhelming, which I can completely fucking understand, because it is extremely overwhelming a lot of the time. But that comes with a lot of dangers, because it means that you're not paying attention to the people that are changing the world around you. And when I say the world around you, I mean literally the street you live on, the house that you live in, the rent prices, the bills prices, like everything. What kind of jobs are important? So again, I understand it when people are like, I don't really get into politics and stuff. And it's like, yeah, I get it. It's overwhelming as fuck. And it can be very, very depressing as well. But at the very least, I would encourage people to, when it comes to like voting time, to check like what the local policies. There's usually a couple of websites, certainly in the UK there used to be a website where it was like you can go through a quiz of what you agree with or disagree with, and it'll tell you which party most aligns with your views, which I thought was quite good. I used that for a couple of years when I wasn't as interested in it, because I was like, I don't really have an allegiance to a political party. It's just like, I'm going to go through this. It'll tell me which party I should vote for, because they're the ones that most align with my personal views. So at voting time, prick your ears up and pay attention a little bit is my encouragement. Obviously, you can do what you want, you know? Clitoris, it's so rude. I know, right? How dare it? How dare it? How's it going, Mel? How you doing, you beautiful mean? Always start with trying to find the clitoris. It's I am confused as to why people find that hard personally, but studying, this is the reason why I do educational stuff. You know, if you know where to look, it becomes a lot easier. First, the public sector has no interaction with the process, so there's no easy way to get eyes and mitts on something. Secondly, consider the moral compass direction of the party that passed the law and their history of sticking their oar between two or more consenting adults. Yep, fair. And thirdly, the public sector are truly useless at doing anything technical. It would take them over a decade to even get on top of this process after spending an obscene amount of money and basically nothing. Finally, never attribute to malice what can be adequated to be explained by incompetence. Yeah, I kind of feel that way about the Online Safety Act. The Online Safety Act doesn't work. It doesn't work for the intensive purposes that they say it should work. It doesn't work the way it should supposedly work, and it hasn't, and it never will work the way that they said. Like, it will not protect children. They won't do that, and I've talked about it many times. It's just never going to do that at all. And part of that is down to the, as you say, all of the technical shit, but it really annoys me because I'm like, if they spent that, what was it, 9 million they put into the Online Safety Act in the first year? If they spent 9 million on education, they put that 9 million into schools to roll out an educational program on the internet, on the risks of the internet, on the issues of the internet. Do you know what I mean? There's so many things that they could do with that 9 million that would be far more useful and productive than what they are currently doing, in my personal opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, all gents outside in between, Counterpoint Music has redeemed a Praise the Mods. Could you do me a massive favor and throw out some mod loves in the channel? You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful moderators. I'd really appreciate it. Go do the thing. Mods, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here, especially as I'm talking about serious subjects, as I know that it can get quite hot and steamy. Quite hot and steamy, you know. I love that they develop film still. It's so hard to find places that do, and yeah, the prices are mad because of political influences. Yeah, Mel. So the company that my friend works for, my friend owns, get film sent from all over the world. They are literally an international organization because there are so few places in the world that still produce film. So yeah, they are literally an international company because of that. But naturally, that means world politics as well as local politics affects them. Just joined, great time. Just an FYI chat that just for my FYI, is chat allowed to talk about politics at the moment? No, I was trying to give an overview of politics. I don't want to get into politics because we were talking about Online Safety Act. Well, we weren't. We were talking about ID online. But as with all things, when it comes to anything to do with all this stuff, it's like there is always a hint of politics. Every serious subject that we ever talk about, there is always going to be a hint of politics. It's so fucking hard to stay away from it. And again, thank you very much to Counterpoint Music for redeeming Praise the Mods, because the mods have got to really tolerate my bullshit. Been a thing since 1914. Previously, it was liberals and Whigs. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, so true. Yeah. More AMD, more like the South Park episode, Giant Douche versus Turd Sandwich. I have not seen it. I have not seen it. Wherever there are humans, there is politics in some manners. Absolutely. I get a lot of 20-ish support workers, and most of them are not ready for what is coming due to lack of knowledge. Yeah. I've always said that I think that every child should leave education, should leave like secondary school, which is like 16, 17 when they leave that, with a basic understanding of economics, a basic understanding of politics, and a basic understanding of accounts. Because those three things are the things that run the world. In a capitalist society, those three things are the things that run the world. And the fact that the vast majority of people do not have a basic understanding of politics, a basic understanding of economics, and a basic understanding of accounting is a travesty. an absolute fucking travesty, in my personal opinion. Remember, everyone, real quick, this is not a politics stream. Valen is ranting. Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. We're going to mention the rule. Yeah. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, friends. Absolutely. Look at this art. It is beautiful art, Sembar. I love it. I love it very, very much. There's nothing inherently wrong, in my opinion, with the concept of verifying someone's age, for example, to prevent older users from communicating inappropriately with younger users. However, it's extremely difficult to do this and keep the data safe. What should have happened was a government API hooked up to driver's license and other passport, and would not return identifying info. That would only return a yes, this person is over the age of 18 or no, it isn't. I like that idea, but I know that also has its issues. I said that before, like the idea of like having a thing where it's just like yes or no. Is this person over the age of 18? About communicating inappropriate younger users is rough thing to properly define, but I don't think I want to deep dive into this yet. Let's not go into that dynamic. Because time and money, absolutely. And you've got to remember as well that the vast majority of politics, again going into fucking politics, the vast majority of politicians are human beings, and human beings only care about their term. Not all of them. There is one or two people who genuinely give about the long-term humanity goals, but overall most people care about themselves, about their immediate surroundings, and about their own power, especially if they're getting into that dynamics. Do you know what I mean? So when it comes to these things, the Online Safety Act is going to cost the taxpayer £9 million. But they don't give a shit, because in 4 years they're not going to work there. They're going to be doing something completely different. Why would they care? You know? Education. Stop talking common sense, Valen. You know, they'd not get away with half the shit they do if people were educated. Yeah, maybe that's the reason why I'm so passionate about it, Shade. Maybe that's the reason I'm so passionate about it. Do you know what I mean? First example games here. No, I got you. So this map of the clitoris was hooded in secrecy? It was hooded in secrecy. It was. Yeah. But I can't talk about it because Twitch want to age verify everybody. However, I did want to very quickly go through where the fuck am I? Hold on. I wanted to go through the KID, which is the Twitch's user people. I wanted to go through their trust center and work out who their who KID trust with our data. Because, as stated here, so just as a bit of a reminder, the short version, what do I need to do as a player or parent, blah, 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 blah. So our services is designed to help our customers, blah, blah, blah. For us to age verify you, basically, depending on the legal requirements where you live, we must receive your location, your age, and where needed, proof of your age or parental status. Location information, stuff to do with IP addresses, which use a VPN, they can't get that information. Age information, obviously, I'm generalizing. Meanwhile, we receive age information through a variety of sources, including through third-party age signals. No idea what that means, but it could mean credit cards, for all we know. But this was the bit that I was interested in. Proof. We partner with third-party providers listed as such in the thingy to offer multiple options for you to provide proof of age and or parent guardian status depending on the law where you live. So this was Twitch uses a third party. Twitch uses a third party to verify people's ages. The third party uses a fourth party to verify people's ages, and the people that they use are these people. So their sub-process, welcome to the Security Center for KID and Open Age Initiative. This hub outlines our approach to information security, operational resilience, and compliance across our products, supporting technology and internal practices. The information provided is designed to help partners, customers, and users understand how we manage risk and protect sensitive data workflows. So, Amazon Web Services, Zendesk.inc, Stripe, okay. Infrastructure and storage used by KID and OpenAge Initiative are on Amazon. Customer support platform used by KID and OpenAge is Zendesk. Stripe, age checks based on credit or debit information, sends only result of the age assurance process, which I'm not fully against. I'd much rather get age verified from a credit card than my ID. But I also know that Stripe have an issue with sex work. Zendesk, the one that got breached, I don't know how many times now. Really? I mean, well, at least they're doing it for customer support and not age assurance providing. Jesus Christ. I didn't know that. I did not know that. I would like... It would behave like passwords behave online. Properly designed password verification system is completely opaque to the owner of the system, and it only conforms if the user knows a password or not. Example for the sites we build, we have no idea what user passwords are. They are stored as mathematically calculated hashes, and absolutely no resemblance to the original password. Stripe a payment provider? Yes, they are. So that'd be something like, does it have a credit card? Yes. But Stripe have also got a major prejudice against adult content. I know, because I've been on the receiving end of it.
You subscribed. Most kind.
I have been on the receiving end of one of Stripe's things where they would take all of the ticket money for an event that we were doing, but they would not pay us out that ticket money until we promised them that it had nothing to do with sex. Max White, thank you very much for gifting that sub to that wonderful individual. Though I haven't seen say anything in chat yet, so I won't call them out. By having that enabled, the mirror evading means to get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devils. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? Are you off, Max? No worries. Thank you so much for popping by. Thanks so much for that gift, Sub. That's really fucking kind of you, friend. That's really, really kind of you. I appreciate that. Zendesk is who Discord used for their support. It was breached a ton. Oh, shit. That's really interesting, Sherry Kitten. That's really interesting because when Discord was breached, we went into that, and I originally thought it was KID, but then we found out that it was like KID being like, no, it wasn't us. We had nothing to do with it. It was a completely different company. But that completely different company is one of the third parties that shares information with KID. I mean, it doesn't fill me with confidence, you know. Veritad Technologies age checks based on ID documents and server-based facial age estimation, sends only the results of the age assurance process. Okay. Private SA age checks based on device facial estimations, sends only results. Verify My Limited, Australian Payment Plus Identity Exchange Provider, facilitating Australian banks to share age verification information with KID, sends only results. The Singapore okay, so all of these ones, like local Indonesian, South Korean, okay. Interesting. So everything here is the age verification processes that they use. So genuinely, the only way, and I don't have the fucking time to do it now, the only way to know whether you're giving your ID to Twitch is safe is to find out which one of these companies verifies your ID and check on all of their policies. Because Twitch have washed their hands of the entire process and said, we use KID. And KID have said, yeah, we verify whether it's your appropriate age or not an appropriate age. And we don't keep any information. We don't do any of that stuff. But we also don't do it ourselves. We have a myriad of third-party companies that have their own rules and regulations. So we can wash our hands of any of the other stuff. And not have to worry about that because that's not our fault. So yeah, so basically, at least Twitch uses a third-party company to verify your ID, and that third-party company uses a fourth-party company to one of these variety of fourth-party companies to check whether your ID is there. And they only get, the only information they get is a yay or a nay. They don't actually check it themselves, which is great because it does mean that KID do not keep any of your data. On the downside, it does mean that you don't know what the policies are, the privacy policies in regards to your data, who they are going to give and or sell it to, until you go to each one of these individually. Not going anywhere, just sharing some cheerfulness. I appreciate that. You beautiful. And that's very, very kind of you. The guy who hacked Zendesk was interviewed by a YouTuber called No Text to Speech. You can watch that video if you would like some time. He talked directly to the hacker, and the hacker talked about why he was able to hack, why it was able to happen, and why they did it. That's really interesting. I will have a look at that, Sherry. Absolutely. As someone that works in tech, I can attest to the fact that programmers are results first, cost second, safety last. Yeah, not through choice. Yeah. Why? Because safety is the one that costs the most. Safety is the one that costs the most. And especially in this world where we are filled with corporations that will do absolutely anything not to be accountable for their own mistakes. This is the reason why Twitch don't do it in-house and they get a third party to do it. It's so that if anything goes fucking wrong, say all Twitch IDs, all Twitch age verification IDs are leaked. Everything, every single user that has put their say from Switzerland, fuck it, why not? Every single user from Switzerland that has put their ID into Twitch is leaked. Twitch go, well, it's not my problem because we used KID. It's KID's problem. And KID turn around and go, well, it's not our problem because we use privately SA. And privately SA go, yeah, it's kind of our problem. And that's the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is that, say, theoretically, privately SA have a hack. They turn around and go, hey, we've had a hack. And KID go, was it the Twitch ones? Was it part of our portfolio? And privately SA go, yeah, probably. And KID go, okay, so it's part of our portfolio, so we need to be aware of that fact. But we can't say which of our clients it directly affected, so we're just not going to tell them. No point in panicking people. So Twitch never know whether they've thingy because it's not a third-party company, it's a fourth-party company that have had the hack. KID can turn around and be like, well, we've never been hacked before, so we don't have to worry about anything. By having so many degrees of separation, corporations get to wash their hands of any wrongdoing or any incident or accountability. And that's the worst case scenario.
Best case scenario is people just keep washing their hands of shit and being like, oh, well, we're not going to use privately SA anymore. We're going to use Verify My Limited instead because they're more secure or what have you. Worst case scenario is we never even fucking find out about it because it's so many rungs down the ladder. It's fucked. And all in all, friends, what that all means is don't give your ID on the internet. Don't give people your facial scan. Don't give your ID. If you can all help it, and I know there's certain situations like Sherry was in where it was like you can't because you need to fucking do it. If you can all help it, go back to the fucking information they gave us when the internet was first around in the fucking late 90s, early 2000s. Never give out your personal details. Never give out any photo of any IDs or anything like that. Don't do any of that shit. Don't give out any of that information. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. Because as we've found out, like realistically speaking, in order to get to this stage, in order to find out exactly what happens to your information, you have to read through Twitch's privacy policy about age verification. You need to read through KID's privacy policy about age verification, which we have scratched the surface of. I don't even think we've covered a third of that policy tonight. And you would have to go and find out which of these sub-processors actually deals with your ID, and then find out what their privacy policy is in regards to your data, your ID, your information, and whether they sell it to any third parties or share it to any third parties. Don't give your fucking data on the internet. Fucking hell. Yeah. Fucked. All fucked. What was I? Spare the last bit. Managers tell programmers what to do. Yes. I mean, that's an ongoing thing. I remember being the aggressor. I remember pissing off a lot of people when I worked in a pharmaceutical company because I was quality. I was quality assurance, and I was the person that kept saying no. When, like, marketing, for example, were like, well, we've bought this thing because it's a lot cheaper. And we were like, well, where's the audit of the facility to make sure that it adheres to safety standards? Oh, well, that's your job. That's not our job. We've just bought it because it's cheaper, and our bonus is based around cheap materials. And we're like, that's really cool. Interesting. Cool. No. None of that product is allowed to leave this facility until we have flown over there and done an audit to make sure that they fall within regulatory requirements. Oh, you can't do that. Can you not just do a risk assessment? You're going to cost the company several £million. That's not my problem. You should have followed procedure. You should have found the people, told us in advance, got us to go out there and audit the place to make sure it adhered to public safety, to regulatory safety standards, and then ordered it. I was a right dickhead for it as well. I'd always say no. I would always say no. I'd be like, nope, can't do it. Nope, not allowed. You don't have the power to tell us no. I do. I'm quality. I've got to put my name on this. I'm not putting my name on it until it's been audited. Fuck you. Probably why I didn't get promoted. Oh, Jesus. Who earns the WoW here? That is the question. Where is the WoW? I cannot see it. That's a really good question. They very much emphasize the WoW in the KID thing. Absolutely. Being registered in countries with lax breach reporting laws is also a breach. Yeah, that's also a really good point. If they don't legally have to report them, so why would they? But they just loved you. Oh, I was such a tosser, Max. I was such a little dickhead. They absolutely, because I just wouldn't budge. I was like, have you followed the procedure? No. So there's a good chance we're putting all of our customers at risk because you want cheaper product. Fuck that. Not a fucking chance. And it became, I think, so I read an audit report from an audit that had happened a couple of years before my time about they were making an API with an active pharmaceutical ingredient. So it was something that went into a pharmaceutical product that was like the active ingredients, kind of like paracetamol in like cold and flu shit. Do you know what I mean? Kind of like that. And on the lines where they were producing this powder, there was just a dead pigeon rotting in the sun where they were producing powder for these, say for example, it was paracetamol. Just dead pigeon lying there. They're like, what the fuck is that? And they're like, oh, I don't know where that came from. I was like, well, that's been dead for a while. So no, we are not going to be buying any product from there. And once I read that audit report, once I heard that was a thing that had happened, I was like, not a fucking chance. Not until we have been to the fucking factory. Not a chance. Oh, but you're costing the company millions. I'm not costing the company jack shit. You not following procedures has cost the company millions. Because now all of that product is going to sit in that warehouse that we are hiring from another company for however long it takes me to get out to that country, go find that factory or the warehouse or what have you, and make sure it adheres to regulatory standards. Fuck that. You know what I mean? The entire channel is great for seeing how horribly Discord handles predators. There are countless videos about predatory servers and how Discord just ignores what is happening and trying to roll out age verification. There would be none needed to help those victims as survivors. I DM'd you the link. Thank you very much, Cherry. I think I've seen one of their videos before. I'm pretty sure that another streamer friend of mine has sent me one because that was when I first was like, oh my fucking god, there's predatory servers on Discord. What the fuck is this? And Discord don't care? What the fuck is this? Yeah, absolutely. They only like yes people. I found that out in the same in any companies where they ask you, do you do something? You're like yes, not no. Oh yeah, fuck it. But I'm a no person. I am absolutely a fucking yes person until somebody tries to manipulate a situation with me, and then I'm a no person. I learned that from my dad. Good old Papa Vane. Papa Vane, when we were growing up as kids, as plucky young whippersnappers, when we were growing up, we would always ask our mum whether we could do something. First port of call, we'd always ask our mum whether we could do something. Because my mum might say yes. She might say no, but she might say yes. Whereas my dad would always instantly say no. Didn't matter what it was. My dad would be like, nope. He'd be like, Dad, can I? Nope. But why not? Doesn't matter. I've said no. There you go. That's your answer. Nope. Not a chance. Nope. You don't even know what it is. Doesn't matter. Nope. And then eventually he'd listen. That nonsense boils my piss. I love it. I absolutely love it. I hated it when I was a kid. I fucking hated it when I was a kid. But it taught me a hell of a lot about if you always start with a no, then you can work out, you can basically, like, if we psychoanalyze it a little bit, if you always start with a no, then you can work out what your principles are. You can work out what your boundaries are and work out what your limits are from there. It's much easier to go from a no to slowly progress and negotiate your yes than to go from a yes and then try and put in restrictions to a no. And I fucking hated it when I was a kid. Absolutely. Oh, but I just want, oh god, hey, your mum would say yes. Well, you should have asked mum then, shouldn't you? But actually, as an adult, I'm like, no, that's really smart. That's actually really smart. that's really smart. Start with a no and negotiate your yes. Because starting with a yes and trying to restrict it to a no, oh, that's never going to happen. That's going to be so fucking hard. Especially with children, you know? always have a line at work for being like this, stolen from Jerry Maguire. It's not show friends, it's show business. I am here to be good at my job and take seriously, not to be your friends. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Nimbrin. Might be the autism, though. Yeah, no, I can understand that. I can understand that. Absolutely. But then do you find it more difficult to negotiate because of that? In regards to people that are trying to manipulate. And do you know what? Asticon, literally, I took what my dad did then and put it. Now I think about it, I put it straight into when I worked in quality when I worked as a pharmaceutical auditor. I would always start with a no. Nope. No, you can't do it. Now you have to spend the time negotiating with me until I say yes. If I say yes. If. Big if. I'm like, yeah, sure, we can do a risk assessment. That's all right, we can do a risk assessment, but that product still isn't leaving the facility until we've sent somebody out there. Or at the very least, they need to have sent us quality assurance certificates from regulatory bodies that we can review prior to any product going out. Because if they've been reviewed by like the MHRA or the FDA in America or something like that, then it's like, yeah, they're probably going to be all right. However, in the process of that, I definitely dealt with forgeries. I definitely dealt with forgeries. Where I was like, this doesn't look quite right. This doesn't look quite right. Hey, yeah, boss, will you have a look at that? Yeah, that's a forgery. Oh, okay. Yeah, bin all that product. Oh, okay. Interesting. The insta-no bollocks to that? Yeah, no, I would absolutely take the insta-no. Insta-no, if you start with a no and negotiate to a yes, it's infinitely better than starting with a yes and negotiating to a no. Starting with a maybe, Mum always started with maybe, which usually meant no. Yeah, but then it gives false hope. I think especially, let's also give credit where credit is due. Dealing with children is different. Because children, if you say maybe to something and then say no, they are much more likely to kick off. Whereas if you start with a no and then negotiate to a yes, they are going to be grateful for the fact that you've even considered it. I know, because I was that kid. I was absolutely that kid. You know, I was always a bad person, but I used to tell my two, I'm mum first and friend second. Risk assessment, what they were asking every time, much to my kids' dismay. Absolutely, for sure. I don't know. I mean, no before I can present the case. Even then, it depends. I think it depends. Obviously, it depends on the person. If you know somebody pretty well, then it changes the dynamic, doesn't it? Default no, that's fine. Yeah, I think the vast majority of people in that business, in the pharmaceutical business, kind of very quickly came to the conclusion that I would say no first. Expect a no from me, because it's 99% likely I'm going to say no. And you are going to have to negotiate with me to turn it into a maybe. You know? You know? It's just the way I be. And honestly, I think that's not necessarily a bad thing for anybody. To start with a no and then negotiate out from there. Start with a negative. Hey, do you want to fuck? No. Oh, okay. Well, I really liked you. Okay. Well, I like you too. Let's negotiate. Let's negotiate. You know. Anyway, friends. Naturally, as always, I have massively overrun, because that seems to be what I do on Monday nights. Like, may I do the thing? No, but why? Present the case here, rather than just, may I do the thing? No. May I do? No. I don't know. Maybe, do you know what, Asticon? Maybe it's the fact that I grew up with it. Maybe it's the fact that I've just grown up like this, and therefore I'm like, yeah, I know what's going on. I know what's happening here. And therefore I'm kind of used to it. Exposure therapy. I got exposed to it and brutalized by it through my childhood dreams, and as a result I'm like, okay, Start with no. Work from there. Work from there. Anyway, friends, should we raid? Should we wind that up? We'll have to look at the anatomy of the clitoris at another time. The anatomy of the clitoris another time. Because naturally I've overrun. Of course I have. Of course I have. But friends, we're going to go raid somebody because we always go raid somebody. We always go throw some love at another delightful individual because that's the way. Aha, aha. I like it. Aha. Aha. But before we do that, could you cheeky little devils? Ooh. Could you cheeky little devils throw some mod loves in the channel? You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful, wonderful moderators. I would really, really appreciate it. Mods! Thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for all you do in and out of stream. All the stuff you do for me behind the scenes and all the stuff you do for this community, especially today, because I know that it got a little bit... I went on a bit of a rampage today. I shouldn't have done it, but I did because I got real angry at censorship. Needless censorship as well. Needless bloody censorship. I might go see somebody new. I know you've been streaming for a while, no band. Never mind. I was going to just go throw you to somebody that we have never raided before, but they're playing a fun game. And I was like, ooh, we could totally do that. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. Let's go raid this person instead. Let's go raid this person instead. Friends, if you are a subscriber, please copy and paste the first raid message. If you are not a subscriber, please copy and paste the second raid message. That's the first Bot of Vane raid message for subscribers. The second Bot of Vane raid message for non-subscribers. Ooh, let's go see this person. I know they've been on for a while, but let's go see this person. Oh, I haven't seen them in fucking ages. They're a wonderful, wonderful being. Yeah, let's go see them. Friends, let's go see them. Let me make sure that I can actually raid them and they haven't turned off their raids like I have. Like I said, friends, if you can stick around for the raid, even if it's on like 5-10 minutes, I would really appreciate it. Because, like I said, I like to throw some love around. And you never know. You never know. We might raid into this wonderful individual and you might be like, oh my fucking God, they are the greatest person ever. I'm going to hang out here so much more these days. You never know. Many of you found me through raids. So you never know who you might find through a raid as well. Friends, let's go throw some love at Ready Set Ben. Ready Set Ben is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful human being. Their pronouns are he, they, and they are queer and a black member of the LGBTQIA in the Twitch community. They are genuinely an excellent human being who I just find very, very hopeful and glorious. And wholesome. Do you know what I mean? It's alright, Dungeons. I'm going to throw some love over to Ready Set Ben, okay? So, friends, thanks so much for being here. Thanks for the raids, the subs, the gift subs, all the cheeky little bitties. Thanks so much for spending your time here. Thanks so much for the donation. Thanks so much for all the follows. And thanks so much for all you beautiful people who have been lurking away, especially if you've been using your channel points to redeem lurking to let Twitch know you are still here as a member of the community. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. BST. We've changed time zones now. So 1 p.m. BST tomorrow, we're going to play in some a cheeky little indie game or a puzzler game of some description. But what I'll also say is I've got some giveaway keys for Sexy Brutal to give away tomorrow. We got given some keys from the devs. So we're going to do that tomorrow. So if you're around and you'd like to win a copy, come by, all right? Friends, thank you so much for being here. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. BST. That's 1 p.m. British time. Until then, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Because if I wouldn't do it, it'll fucking kill you. I'll see you all there. Bye-bye.